Hello everyone and welcome into our latest live video. It is Friday the 20th of March 2026. I'm CareyHolzman, and a shout out to our good friends Buster out there in Edinburgh, Scotland, who sent us an Amazon gift card just prior to the show starting, as did our good friend in Northern Ireland, Mark Gaines, and our friend in Vermont, Luke Greenia. Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about something that most enthusiast channels know nothing about. And that's why I continue to make these videos that are primarily to educate the regular home user outside of an enthusiast interest, but for actual practical real world knowledge that could benefit you. I'll leave that up to you. But for now, as far as I know, I'm the only one covering this topic, and well, maybe I'll start a trend. I don't mind if other people want to discuss it because I think it needs to be discussed. Microsoft has changed something that I don't recall them ever doing before, and let's hope this is a permanent change. We're going to talk about that today, but first a shout out and a thank you to our good friends over at VIP-URCDKEys. It's where I go to get my Windows and Office license codes for my real world clients that I cannot, logically, I'm not going to go to some sketchy website and buy a code for a license for Windows or Office and then sell it to a customer. That's risky, right? Because how do I know if that code's legit or if it's going to continue to work? All the customer knows is they trusted me to purchase it on their behalf. So they bought it from me. So if anything goes wrong with it, it's on me and my expenses to make it right, or potentially lose that customer forever because they'll be upset. Wouldn't you be if someone did that to you? So I went looking around for competitive pricing for Windows license keys, and I found VIP-URCDKEys. And I'm going to show you how you can take advantage of the same prices and the same deals I get. If you look at any of my live videos, in fact, let me just bring up a previous one here on screen. Here's a previous video that I'm talking over, and if you scroll down underneath the number of views and such, you'll see it says more right under there. Click on more. That's what I call the video notes or the video description, and within that you're going to find the links to everything we talk about in the video, including, as you see, the VIP-URCDKEys links for various versions of Windows 11, 10, and Office. The link will take you directly to that particular product page, and then when you click the Buy Now button, it's going to ask you to sign in. You can create a free account. Down below it says Sign Up Now, or if you've already got an account, sign in with the email address and password that you've used for this site. They'll keep track of all of your license codes for you indefinitely. So if you ever lose it, you can always go back and sign in and look at your purchase history, just like Amazon. There's a little window right there for a discount code where I typed in the word Carey, and you'll notice the discount of an additional 25% came off the price, and then you hit to submit your payment. And they do use PayPal. It does look a little bit small there. The first option that's highlighted by default above Mint says PayPal. And you can also use your typical Visa, MasterCard, or Google Pay. But I prefer to use PayPal personally, and it's a requirement we have that most other key sellers don't offer it. Good luck finding it. That's all I'm trying to say. They also support you for up to 6 months after the purchase, so if you have any problems. The way it works is once you submit your PayPal payment, you're going to get an email receipt, or a receipt emailed to you, to the email address you used when you signed up for an account. And then you're going to get a follow-up email once they verify the purchase has been successful, which takes about 2 minutes. You'll get another email that explains where to go to download, the Windows or Office that you bought. It will be direct from Microsoft. And then a copy of your license key. It's that simple. So if you run into any problems or trouble, they're there to help you. And if you fail to get satisfaction for any reason, reach out to us directly, because I stand by them 100%. They're the codes I use. Normally, companies don't disclose their distributors or who they're buying from. It's not in their best interest to let you go bypass them, right? If I was reselling something, it wouldn't be in my interest to tell you where I'm buying it from so I can mark it up and sell it to you. Why would I do that? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But that's what I do. I tell you guys exactly where I'm getting my stuff, so you can go and get it for the same price I pay for it. Because unlike the big companies like Dell and HP, etc., Lenovo, I'm not buying mass quantities that fill warehouses. I'm buying 1 and 2 and 10, much like many of you are doing. So where's the information on how you find those distributors that will sell small quantities at discount prices? That's something else you don't hear from the enthusiasts. That's why when I created this channel, I wanted to be transparent and genuine and show, if you wanted to become a computer tech, if you were thinking about it, you need to know this. And most people will not tell you because they'd be teaching you how to compete against them. Why would they do that? So I'm different. Okay, so you're not likely going to find this kind of information on other channels. And you know what? Maybe you don't care. But I'm assuming you do, and that's why you're here. So welcome in, everybody. And a thank you to our friends over at VIP-URCDKEYs for continuing to support the channel. I do not make a commission on the sales. So basically, you're paying the same as I pay. And if you want to buy it, buy it. And if you don't, don't. Like, I'm paid the same either way. If we find that there's very little interest in anything that we're promoting here, we'll just not promote it anymore. But I do believe that people are always... It's one of those universal things. If you have a PC, at some point you need a license key for Windows or Office. And a lot of people just roll the dice and hope for the best, and they're just too naive, especially on the internet today, in my opinion. And I've seen it time and time again. I've been a victim of it myself, where the key you get doesn't work, the key seller doesn't respond, you just got ripped off. Or they sold you a key for something that wasn't, you know, I once bought a Windows 11 Pro key and ended up with, when it activated Windows 11 Pro for workstations, or Workstation Edition. And I thought, well, what difference is it? Well, when it got delivered to the customer's office, it wouldn't connect to the network without a bunch of registry hacks. So that's what happens when you try and save a buck. I spent 2 hours trying to figure it out. And then every time they had a problem, and the rare occasion, their system was a little bit different than a regular Windows 11 Pro system. And the amount I was paying back in my time was far more than the cost of the license. Needless to say, I had enough of that and simply changed the license. Now, the good news is with Windows 11 Pro for workstations or Windows 11 Pro, it's just a license key change. You don't have to reinstall the product. But it definitely made a big difference on like default group policy settings and stuff like this that I didn't know any better. And I did it once, okay? Just once, and I'll never buy from that seller again. I've also had keys that say they've already been used. Brand new keys I purchased from some online sellers, and when I reach out to them, I get no response. That's the most common thing. So if you want to risk that because you want to save $3 or something, you know, be my guest. But if you want to run a business, and that's a reflection on you from your customer's perspective, I'm just saying, think about it. We have an incoming transmission from our friend Mitch. Mitch has gone to Taipei, and he's got an update for us. Let's go to Mitch Morrison out in Taipei.
Check 1, 2. Hey, Uncle Carey and everyone in chat. This is your Uncle Mitch coming to you from Taipei, Taiwan. You want to see a view? Here we go in 3, 2. What do you think of that? That is, I'm standing on the Taipei 101 building. I think it's the tallest building in Taiwan. And quite a view here today. So there you go. Bye.
All right. Thank you, Mitch, for the update. I love traveling vicariously through him, so I don't have to go through TSA and sit on a plane for hours and deal with the jet lag. But I get to appreciate real-world coverage that I know is not manipulated in any way, that is his experience. I've noticed when Mitch travels around the world, he likes to go to really high places. He's at the top of buildings, he's bungee jumping. I was teasing him and said, it seems like you really like to get high all the time in these places. We'll have another update from Mitch later. We'll see where he's getting high from next. I mean, where he'll be high up next, somewhere else in Taipei later on in the show. In the meantime, let me say hello to everybody joining us. I hope you're having a wonderful Friday. And let me scroll up to the top of the chat here. Thank you to Abdul Azim Patel, who renews membership today, now a member for 39 months. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Jonathan Fells says hello. There's Eddie Casanova, Sean Skinner, all saying hello, along with David Graham and Ben Laird. David Herzog and Thomas MacT saying hello. I see Mark Gaines, of course, joining us, and I wonder if he got his cooler situation sorted. What a long, drawn-out story for something you'd think would be simple as a cooler. I think we're on cooler number 5, or attempt number 5. I'm curious if that ever got resolved or where we're at with that, Mark. Please do let me know. Our friend Buster out there in Edinburgh saying hello to myself and Mara, our channel administrator, and the stray cat that has come into the house and will not get out of the house now, called Sable. He says hello to Sable. And everyone in the chat as well. He says the temperature in Edinburgh, Scotland is 50 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 10 degrees Celsius. Phoenix today will hit a brand new record high, never before set, 106 degrees Fahrenheit in March. This has never happened in the history of recorded temperature in Phoenix. This is a world record for the city. And it's going to be hot equally tomorrow. This is unprecedented. And of course, California's feeling it, Nevada's feeling it. We have the air conditioning running. It is hot outside. And I mean, we're technically still in winter until tomorrow, right? Tomorrow, I think, is the first day of spring. So for us to hit 106 degrees Fahrenheit this early, it's worrisome. But I do live in a desert. Still, we get 3 months of winter. I mean, the ski resorts that they open up north, they're already shut down now. It's too warm. So they had a very short season. Probably not going to get any sympathy from most of you, but I'd rather it was cold, to be honest. But probably if I was cold all the time, I'd rather it was warmer. Grass is always greener, right? Let's see, Mortot joining us saying hello. Michael Mancini says hello in the chat. There's Andy W6AD joining us. Elijah 52 Dickens says hello, along with David Herzog, and 3D Everything renews membership, now a member for 46 months, saying hello from Sacramento, California. Welcome in, and thank you for being a member for 46 months. That's amazing. We couldn't do it without you guys. Literally. Bajan Guy says hello. Says he's updating his NAS with the new DSM update. Well, DSM is Synology, so it must be a Synology update. Did Synology come out with an update recently, or are you catching up from a previous one? Because I haven't heard anything. Shane Perkins says hello, along with Dustin Fuller. Welcome in, guys. John Williams and Charlie Doppler joining us as well. Dazzle555 says hello. The Astro Man says hello and joins us in our chat. If you're watching this live, please jump into the chat and say hello. This is an interactive video. We want you to be a part of it. Just be kind. That's all you got to do. Just got to come and say hello. Just be a nice person. And we think you're going to want to stick around and be a part of a group here. We're always looking to grow the group with more like-minded individuals from all over the world, all ages and genders and religions. We all share a common interest or passion with computers and technology. It's not an insult or a put-down group, nor is it a group intended for people to show off how smart they are. We're here to show how kind we can be to one another and help one another when and if we can. And why would you want to be a part of anything else? It costs you nothing. And we'd love to see you in there and say hello, introduce yourself. and just watch what happens. You don't have to do anything else. Even if you're shy and introverted, you'll never feel more welcomed anywhere online than in this chat room. I promise you. Unless you're rude. That's all bets are off. All right, let's see. Mike Gamer saying hello. We also have, I think I said Thomas MacT. There's Phil Stodd saying hello. W.E. Holmes is saying hello. Marco Tech New York saying hello. Welcome in. Dan M joining us, saying hello in the chat. Welcome in, Dan. Our friend Mark Leibowitz. He's in there somewhere, right? I swear I just saw the name. Sometimes the chat kind of jumps on me when I'm scrolling through it, and then I lose my place. So my apologies for that. It's live. What are you gonna do? Supreme Nerd says hello. Says today is the first day of spring. Well, I think maybe you're in a different time zone than me, but regardless, you know what? Let me just let me find out. I always thought it's the 21st of June for summer, the 21st of September. When is spring solstice? 2026. Oh, it is today. You are correct. Well, not yeah, it is. Exact equinox time, Miss Rituals Astronomical. Spring begins with the vernal equinox on Friday, March 20th at 10:46 a.m., which was 9 hours ago, according to whatever time zone. I think that comes out of Cincinnati. I've always thought it was the 21st. And then summer solstice should be June 21st, I think. It is June 21st, so I'm right about that. Fall solstice, September 22nd. Oh, then it's a day later. Oh, and winter would be, anybody want to guess? December 21st. Winter solstice, December 21st. All right, so that's interesting to me because I've always thought it was always the 21st, but maybe this year's a little different, or I'm remembering it wrong. I'm not sure which one it is. But there you go. So I suppose we're entering into spring with 106 degrees Fahrenheit. Day one, we're off and running. All right, good to know. We'll get to the facts here sooner or later. The ingredient said he's sitting in a nice balmy 28 degrees Fahrenheit here in northern Vermont. You want to trade? I'll trade you. Bajin Guy said, I got an email notification a couple of days ago from Synology. Okay, well, we'll have to check. My Synology is set to auto update, so normally I get the notifications from the unit itself, not from Synology. Maybe I'm misreading what you wrote there, but let me Google that too, because now I'm interested. Let's see, is there a new DSM update? See what Google says. Yes, the most recent update is DSM-5-TR text revision, published in March 2022. Now that is way old. Hold on, let me refine my search to this year. There is no full edition of DSM-6. What about DSM-7? Boy, this is a useless search. I'll tell you what I could do. I can simply go to Synology. I'll type in download. Check this out. Download. I know you can't see the screen, but I'm telling you what I'm typing. Download Synology DSM, and that'll take us to Synology's download center at their website. And it says select your product type, and we're going to go ahead and select that we have a NAS. And we can select any NAS. In our case, I know we have a 1525. A DS 1525, and that's going to be a 5-bay, and they've got it sorted by how many bays. So 1525 plus, And if we say, okay, there's the DSM version is currently 7.3.2-86009. And there is an update. This is a little confusing what Synology's done here. They've got the same version twice. When it first came out, it was called 7.3.2.86009. Just rolls right off the tongue. They updated the update, so it's not a new version number. It's the same update, and it's called 7.3.2.86009 with the word update after it. It's not confusing at all. So it looks like it's very minor. Whatever it is, it's just some sort of a patch. But hey, always a good idea to keep your router, your Windows computer, your NAS, everything, always keep it updated. The internet's a very dangerous place and the criminals act quickly. And it's very important that you respond quickly, at least if you want to maintain safety online and not have your data stolen or encrypted, compromised, ransomware, etc. Frank Jimmy says, Synology released 2 DSM updates this past week. Oh, very interesting. Maybe something we can follow up on in a future video. I normally, as I mentioned, my Synology just updates itself. And the other Synology that I use for backing up videos, I only turn that on like once a month to copy the files that I've saved on the streaming computer over to the NAS, and that takes about 20-30 minutes because I build up a lot of them and they're all large. And then once that's done, I also, while that's happening rather, check for updates on a Synology NAS. And then this is a very unusual use case scenario. Normally a NAS stays on 24/7, but because this NAS is really just for month-to-month backups, I don't see any reason in keeping it powered on. We have the other NAS for that purpose. So I separate those two things for security. I don't want all my eggs in one basket. And because I can, right? The Synology sent us the unit for review, and what better way to review it than to use them? If I only use one, it's hard to report back how the other one they sent has been holding up and if there's any difference. So I have all the justification I can think of to have such madness, but good to know. Thank you for the heads up on that, and we'll definitely look into it. W. Holmes said he's got a 10-year-old Synology DS1815 that still runs great, but getting no more updates, looking at the 1525 plus. Yeah, and that's primarily what it's about. It's not really so much about buying a new NAS because you need more processing power or more RAM. For some people, that's true, but for most people, the main concern is whether or not your operating system is supported. So it's just like having an old Windows 7 computer. If you're not getting updates for it, it might still work fine, but be dangerous for you to use. And given that a lot of people put important things on their NAS, I can't think of anything more important than keeping it secure with the latest operating system. So after a while, like any other company, Synology says we're not going to update this anymore for this 10-year-old model. Whatever the age is that Synology has a cutoff, the NAS will continue to work, and you can, in my opinion, foolishly continue to use it, hoping nothing bad happens. So by buying the new Synology, yes, you're going to get a faster processor. You'll probably get more RAM. But for a lot of people, especially like my customers where we just use it for file share, it makes zero difference in performance or reliability. It's all about the security. So something to keep in mind. It might work just fine, but it's obsolete and dangerous to use online. And if you want to use it anyway, well, you know, that's nobody's stopping you, but I would not, I would strongly advise against being so flippant with your data and your identity, but it is yours. So if you want to give it away to other people, or, you know, put it on a roulette table and bet on red or black and let the wheel spin, that is your choice. All right, I want to be clear. I'm giving you the same advice I give my customers, which is if you want my support, we have to follow basic rules that are just common sense. If you don't want to follow them for any reason at all, you're on your own. Did Mark Gaines give us an update with his cooler situation? Let's see. I put the Corsair iQ back in, and I made a discovery that my GPU software was clashing with it working. Now there's no problem so far. Wouldn't you think Corsair would have known that and had you check it when you called them or emailed them for support? That's pretty interesting. Appreciate the update. Big Game James says, I have a new update for DSM 7.3.2 86009 on my DS1522 Plus. There you go. So obviously an update has come out. I'm not aware of it, but I appreciate you letting me know, and I will check it. I'm sure it'll be waiting for me, or it already installed on its own. I always check the option to just install updates, all updates, not just the important ones. I think by default it just does the important ones. I change the default to all updates because I don't want to be bothered with it. And then the only time I have to do it manually is if we're going from like version 6 to version 7 or 7 to 8. But anything within the same version, it just updates automatically. You want those updates ASAP. And since the NAS is on 24/7, I let it do that at 2 o'clock in the morning or whenever. And it doesn't have any, I don't have to think about it. It doesn't interfere with my life at all. But it's a good idea to audit and make sure you are getting those updates and don't trust the automation. So what I'm referring to is me logging into the NAS and verifying that we did get the latest version. And if not, manually force it on there, because it will eventually, it should eventually come through. And then maybe I can have Mara check it while we're live. And? So we're all current?
All current.
Nice. Well, I did say thank you to our friend Buster and Mark Gaines and Luke Grania.
Okay.
Is there more than that?
No, that's it.
All right. So as a computer builder and repair technician, I reinstall Windows, well, probably more than the average Joe. Not that that's, you know, I'd much rather fix a computer than just reinstall Windows. And the amount of times we had to reinstall, or I had to reinstall Windows 20, 30 years ago compared to today is a big, big difference. It was pretty common knowledge with Windows XP that it was a good idea to wipe and reinstall Windows XP once a year. You guys remember this? Because of bit rot that would take place over time, and Windows wasn't very good at file maintenance or cleaning up after itself. But it's been 30 years. Well, I guess not since Windows XP. Since Windows 95, it's been 30 years, right? 95 to 2005 is 10 years. 2005 to 2015 is 20 years. 2015 to 2025 is 30 years. Well, the operating systems evolved a lot, whether we talk about Windows 95, 98, Millennium, XP, Windows 7, Windows Vista, Windows 8, Windows 10, Windows 11. We don't see the calls for blue screen crashes, driver issues. Plus, manufacturing has improved with robotics and automation and surface mount devices. So now machines run 24/7, quite often in a factory, running with precision. So everything comes out exactly the same. The reliability and performance of computers has never been better in my entire career, and the result is fewer and fewer repairs. Also, that means fewer reinstalls of Windows. But if I'm just doing a wipe and a reset or a new build, I always grab my Windows 11 installation media. And traditionally, Microsoft updates this media once a year. So when Windows 11 22H2 comes out, we get a new installer that includes 22H2 embedded or slipstreamed into it. Then that won't happen again typically until 23H2, 24H2. So once a year. What ends up happening, and the reason why I want to update this, is every month after the last update to the installation media, there are updates released every second Tuesday of the month. So for the first, month that I have this, it's all current. I'm just getting like antivirus definition updates. But then the month after that, whatever updates come out through Windows Update are happening, automatically, let's say through Windows. But my install media is still not going to include that unless I manually slipstream the updates in, which I can't be bothered. It's just a pain in the butt. It takes a long time. It takes testing. And ultimately, just hitting Windows Update after a new install and just walking away takes care of it. It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. However, it has come to my attention that Microsoft is now updating the downloadable install media monthly. So I want you to think about this for a minute. If you're, let's say you're me, or let's say you're not. Let's say you built a new computer and you follow the directions to download the Windows install media. Up until recently, what you would have received is just the basic version of Windows 25H2 as it was when it was released in October of last year. So the updates that came out the second Tuesday of November, December, January, February, and now we're into March, you'll be missing 5 months of updates that wasn't on your install media. So you hit Windows Update and you get a big long list of updates. Okay. Well, now Microsoft has updated the installation media monthly. So if I just simply download for free from Microsoft directly the install media, I can have all the updates through March already on here. So when I go to install this, except for antivirus updates, there's nothing for me to update until next month. And look, I don't mind being a couple months out of date. It's not a big deal for my installer to just hit Windows Update. Companies like Dell, HP, Lenovo, they have to create a custom system image that contains their drivers and their software. It requires a pretty heavy investment into a developer to code that for each individual model. And then when it leaves the factory, then it goes into a truck and it sits in a warehouse, and Lord only knows how many months it is before a consumer or a company gets that computer, unboxes it. So even if Dell and HP and Lenovo and those big PC manufacturers could update to the latest update on their install media, not only would that cost them a lot of money, it probably wouldn't make any difference to the person buying it anyway, because of all the time and distribution and sitting on a shelf before you take it home. It could be sitting months or even over a year. And while it's in the box, it's not getting any of those monthly updates. So it's not in Dell or HP or Lenovo or any of those big system manufacturers' interest to keep updating their installer, their image. Their installer is usually a full-time job creating new installs for new models, and then that one install will be used for that model until the next major version of Windows comes out. And even then, many units are still shipping with 24H2, last year's version, because it is so time-consuming and expensive to recreate the image. They just put that on the end user. That's sort of the downside of buying the pre-built machines. But if you build your own computer, or you want to wipe and reinstall your computer to start over for any reason, you don't have to do what those companies are doing. You can do what smaller companies are doing, which is simply download the latest ISO image, pop it on there, and then when you check for updates, there shouldn't be anything waiting for you other than putting your drivers on, of course, which, this isn't Apple. We all don't have the same thing. Apple can control that 100% because you have to have their hardware, right? So you can't have anybody else's. Pretty easy to just provide a few drivers because you can't have anything. With Windows, you have tens of thousands of drivers tens of thousands going back years and models it makes. It is quite a complex setup to have freedom and to have options. And for that reason, it really can't be automated, but you can slipstream drivers in if you want to. But again, when it comes to slipstreaming a custom installer, I think you'll spend far more time doing that than you ever will just doing it by hand, unless you're doing it at scale. And if you're doing it at scale, like Dell and HP and Lenovo, the scale is so large that to go back and update it makes no sense, to keep it updated, since it's just going to sit on a shelf in distribution channels for a while before the customer gets it anyway, defeating the whole purpose of it. Now, I am surprised at how little news I found on this. And this was, I can't remember how I stumbled on it, but I've shown you many, many times over the years how do you go to Microsoft's website to download the installation media for free. And Microsoft has two different ways of grabbing it: their media creation tool, or just downloading an ISO image. And I usually just download the ISO image because to me, it's just faster and easier than downloading a piece of software called the media creation tool and then running that software and then answering some questions just to get the same thing. Well, I learned something. They're not the same thing. So I want to talk to you about that today. Up until recently, whether you downloaded Windows installation media from the media creation tool and received an ISO image, or downloaded the ISO image directly, you would get the same version of Windows, even though they're made in different ways, which I wasn't aware of. So let me teach you what I've learned on this end of it, which is, again, typically not information you're going to find from an enthusiast, but this is very much should be of interest to enthusiasts. So it's a big gap right now, but Microsoft has now been updating the ISO images with the latest updates from the previous Patch Tuesday embedded and slipstreamed right into the installer. So I'm going to, let's go over to this machine right here and let me show you what I'm talking about. So let's jump over to HDMI 3. Okay, here I am, and then let me go full screen over here. And let me grab the keyboard and mouse for this machine. So, let's see, I gotta turn the mouse and keyboard on. Now it should move. Okay, so we're gonna go down to Edge. And we're gonna just type in download Windows 11, right? This, you see, if you've been watching my channel for a while, you probably can't count the number of times I've shown this. And we're looking for download Windows 11 from Microsoft, right? www.microsoft.com, that's it. You don't need a license key for any of this. It downloads it for free. It's all 100% legal, and you're getting it directly from Microsoft. Now, you can create your own Windows 11 installation media, and a lot of people think that's going to create the install DVD or USB, but it will also create the ISO so that you can still use a program like Rufus to disable the online account requirement. But the installation media creating an ISO, why not just download the ISO? Okay, I'm going to open up a folder here and I'm going to show you, I've been keeping a history of what Microsoft has been doing because I don't see anybody else online doing this. When we initially downloaded, let me move this over. When we initially downloaded this ISO image, we got Windows 11 25H2. This is the file name by default. Now when I download it, and also look at the file size, 7.5 gigs. Okay. Today when I download it, or as of yesterday, the file name changed to adding this V2 at the end of it. And look at the file size now. But if you use the media creation tool, it downloads a file called windows.iso. And you notice, if you look at the dates, these file sizes are the same, right? Why is this file so much smaller than this file? Well, the media creation tool software does not update itself. This is an important consideration. If we run the media creation tool, what version of Windows you get is built into the tool with no way to update the tool. What that means is if you always keep this in your library, this Windows, let me exit this real quick. This media creation tool.exe file never changes. So if this was downloaded 2 years ago, I'm going to get a 2-year-old version of the Windows ISO. In order to get the latest version of Windows, I have to download the latest version of the media creation tool because it has no update. Microsoft updates and recompiles this into a new executable file. So we would have to download the file again. Right here, the Create Windows 11 installation media is the media creation tool. When we download the latest version of the media creation tool, the code will now instruct it to download the latest version that was available at the time this code was updated for Windows 11. Unfortunately, there's no update. I cannot stress this enough. So whenever you want to download a new version of Windows 11 installation media, you also want to download a new version of the installation media tool if you want to grab it that way. Now, what's the difference? Like, if I'm going to make an ISO image here, or I can just download the ISO image here, apart from the file size, and by the way, why is there a file size difference? Well, there's a file size difference for 2 reasons. One, for some reason, Microsoft has decided to include the updates in the media installation tool first. So after the second Tuesday of the month, at some point this tool was updated so that if I created my Windows installation media using the tool, I would get all the updates from that previous Tuesday. But they did not update this one until yesterday, a full 10 or 12 days after the update Tuesday. They finally updated the ISO. So if I want it sooner, I want to grab this, I want to grab it this way. But if for some reason you want the ISO image, you might have to wait another week or 10 days. We're going to keep an eye on it to see just how often Microsoft is updating these. But this one gets updated first. So if you want to be first, you want to download that tool when it changes. I've made some notes and I've added them to our show notes today. And I want to read these notes to you. And I want you to know the notes are there for you to read if you want to read along with me or if you want to refer back to them. Give me just a second. Let me pull up my own notes to myself. Okay, so the difference between the media creation tool and downloading the ISO is what's inside of the ISO. If we open up the ISO and look at it, there's a difference in the installer file. The installer, which is the biggest single file that's on your inside of your ISO or on your media image, that's your main Windows installer. And I'll show it to you here in a second. But you'll notice when you use the media creation tool and you open it and look at the installer, the install file is a .esd or electronic software download. These are made on the fly. The Windows installation media tool downloads the files from Microsoft, compresses them, and then creates the installation media. An ISO image, on the other hand, is a standard unencrypted format. It's not compressed, and it's used for bootable media creation, where ESD files are smaller and faster to download. You did see the smaller file size. ISO files, on the other hand, provide the full structure necessary for complete clean installations, which in this case, ESD would also do a clean install. But if you used the Windows Media Creation tool, you end up with an ESD file that's compressed, encrypted, and a WIM file, which is commonly used in the Windows ISO image. Again, I'm going to show you because I realize I'm kind of confusing myself. I might have reworded this. I might need to correct my grammar in here. ESD images are approximately 30% smaller than ISOs due to higher compression. ISOs are widely compatible and easily editable. In other words, we can make changes to it. ESD files require conversion to ISO first, using tools like DISM++ or tools discussed in Windows 10 forums or Windows 11 forums to be used for traditional boot media. You can go in and you can edit and make changes on an ISO. You cannot do that on an ESD file. Because an ESD file has to be decrypted and decompressed, using them for installation can take a little longer. But that depends on your system. Basically, you're going to use an ESD file when downloading Windows 10 or 11 updates directly from Microsoft servers to save bandwidth. But you'd use an ISO if you want to perform a clean installation, repairing a system, or creating bootable USB drive. Well, I realize now I need to rephrase that because you can actually interchange them. You just can't make changes to the ESD file. You have to recreate it again. And you create it using the Windows Media Creation tool. The ISO is a more universal, editable thing, which is more technical, and it's a larger file. It takes longer to download. So it's up to you which one you want to use. But it looks like I'm going to be changing my ways because the Windows ISO file, because it's bigger and bulkier and not being updated as soon as the Windows Media Creation tool is, it looks like it's time for Carey to change with the times and get that update sooner and start using the Media Creation tool instead. So how often is Microsoft updating the installer program? It used to be once a year. Now, Microsoft's updating the Media Creation tool every month, which requires a new download of the Media Creation tool every time. And that's to include the latest Windows updates slipstreamed into the installation media. However, the ISO image download gets updated less regularly and less quickly. For example, this month Windows updates were released on March 10th, but the ISO image download wasn't updated with these latest updates slipstreamed until March 19th. However, the Media Creation tool did have them on or shortly after March 10th. So how can you tell what version of install media you have? We're going to demonstrate that, and those commands are also in our show notes. And thanks to our community for providing the command so I didn't have to go look it up. You brought it right to me, and there's a version of it that you type for the ISO image that you download, and there's a version of it that you type for the ISO image that you create with the Windows Media Creation tool or your installation media. So we're going to demonstrate all of this today. And that means when I go to install Windows from my updated media, when I check for Windows updates using the latest updates already slipstreamed in, it's less work for me to do. And I can skip that step, or it's a much shorter, less time-consuming step, and go right to installing drivers and finishing up my system build without waiting on Windows updates forever. Before I go much further, let me go into the chat and see how confused you are before I show you live demonstration that I think will clear up the muddiness of this description. Let me scroll up in the chat here. Bear with me for a second as I get caught up. More than likely, I will start using the Media Creation tool just so I can get the updates faster. I also like that the file size is a gig smaller. That's pretty significant. Mark Gaines wants me to know that ASUS has released a new mini PC. You know, we don't really see much from ASUS or MSI or Gigabyte, like the bricks. They don't none of those companies have ever sent us one for review. The one we did review, we purchased. So, I mean, that's interesting and everything, but unfortunately, ASUS and ourselves here, we don't see eye to eye on what a review is versus advertising. They seem to be under the impression that we're advertising for them. And if they don't like their advertising, they're going to take it somewhere else. The difference is you pay for advertising. They never paid us 1 penny. They would send us product to advertise for them. And we were receiving product to review for them. And because of this misunderstanding of what a review is versus what a commercial is, one is free, the other one you pay for, we have stopped talking. So not the biggest fan when I have companies like Minis Forum and many others that are a pleasure to work with and cost less money, I think offer better value, and certainly understand the difference between a commercial and a review. Maybe at some point ASUS marketing will get on board with that. And I'm not the only content creator that stopped working with them as a result of their conflation between marketing and reviews. I mean, if you get a good review, I suppose it could look like a commercial, but you pay for commercials. Let me be very clear. Yes, Chuck Norris passed away today. This is true. Yes, 86 years old. Sad day, but I think the man led a very blessed life and led a very inspirational life. So are certainly thoughts and of appreciation and gratitude for having shared the earth with him the same time he was here and got to experience on film his evolution, and always stayed positive and inspirational. Jay Rice says, when you do either one of these reinstalls, would you rerun Uncle Carey's optimizer? Yes. Yeah, because if you're doing sort of a nuke and pave and you're starting over again, then you're undoing everything. You're getting rid of all your programs, all of your settings. It's like having a brand new computer again and treating it like a brand new computer with driver installs and optimizer, etc. Mark says, oh, he's talking to Andy, supports up to 96 gig of DDR5. Anything that takes DDR5 will support up to 96 gigs of RAM if it's SO-DIMM. The biggest SO-DIMM memory module that you can buy is 48 gigs. So if there's 2 sockets, and the biggest module you can buy is 48, and you can put a maximum of 2 because there's only 2 sockets, then the math will dictate if it's DDR4, there's a different maximum of what's the maximum size memory you can buy per module, and then what's the maximum number of modules you can put in the machine. And then there's SO-DIMM modules, which have a different limitation than desktop modules. But universally, that's the same across the board for all mini PCs. It's not unique to ASUS. That is just the way the technology works, just so you know. Let's see, going through the chat. Okay, so let's talk about whenever I made this installation media last. I don't know, whenever I did it on camera and I showed you guys, it wasn't that long ago. How do I know what version of Windows 11 I have? I mean, I know it's 25H2, but which build of 25H2? Every month when new updates come out, the build number changes every month. And the more months go by, the more updates I have to do after a clean install. Get caught up. So a very easy way to check is we're going to plug this in. I'll find a USB port. This is my current installation media, which we're going to update today, and I'm going to show you how I do it. I plug that in, and let's jump over here and we'll work from the desktop. So these are our previous downloads, right? Let's go here. Now I want you to pay attention to the name of the flash drive right here, ESD-ISO, because I can tell I made this from an ISO image versus the media creation tool based on the title right here alone. If we open this up, another way I can tell is when we go into, is it sources? Let's see, what's the biggest file? Install.esd. Okay, I stand corrected. The ESD file is created by the media creation tool. If this was the ISO image instead, the bigger file, this would be called install.wim. So I can determine if I use the ISO or I use the media creation tool by looking for the largest file. See how big that is, 5.5 gigs? There's nothing on this flash drive that giant. I found it very easily under the sources directory on the D drive. You can follow right along with me, and then I sorted it by size, and I see install.esd is the biggest file. If this was install.wim, then that came from the ISO, but it doesn't tell me what version it is, right? That tells me what type of file it is. Is it a Windows image or is it an ESD file? They'll both be called install. Just one ends with .esd, the other ends with .wim. Just so you know, I'm not quite sure that it really makes much difference in the world, but unless you're a developer, you probably don't care. But if you're curious, the information's available if you know what to look for. So then we want to run the command that I showed you, or that I was telling you about rather, that's in our video notes for today's video. So if I jump over to today's video, I'm going to go over to YouTube. I'm going to search for, we'll just go to CareyHolzman. This is just an empty browser with no sign-in. So I'm just like anybody else looking at my channel. Here's today's video. This is the video that's live right now. I click on that video to bring it up. I'm going to pause the ad, scroll down, and where it says more, right down here, that's where all the video notes are. And this tells us right here, to get the version number, we're going to open the command prompt as an administrator. So that means you come down here and you type in CMD. You see how it says command prompt up here? You see how it says run as administrator right here? Click run as administrator and click yes. It opens this box with a prompt. Whoops, I didn't mean to make it full screen. Meant to move it over so we can take a look at the command. Now the command says if you have an install.wim, you type this, and if you have an install.esd, you type that. If I try and run this file, it's just going to tell me file not found because we don't have WIM. And you'll notice the source is D drive. Now, this may not be the D drive on your computer. It might be. It's probably most common. But when I plug the flash drive in, it becomes the next available drive letter on that system, which in most cases is D, but you may need to change that to whatever your flash drive letter is. So I'm going to right-click on this because that's the command. Highlight it and then right-click and copy. Then I'm going to come over to the prompt we opened and hit Control-V to paste. V like Victor is paste, and press Enter. And what you're going to see is we have Windows version. What I'm interested in is the 26200, and then the number below it, the service pack, is 7840. Keep that in mind. Because knowing that this computer has been updated and has all the latest Windows updates already on it, when I right-click on the Start menu and go to System, we're going to see what the latest build is that's installed here, which is 26200.8037. These numbers should only be getting bigger. If they're updated, the numbers are bigger. If they're not updated, the number's smaller. So if the largest number available today for Windows 11 25H2, and it's the 20th of March 2026, is 8037, and the number on my installer is 7840, last I checked, this is a smaller number. That means this is behind a couple of updates. Okay. Let me unplug the flash drive now. When I unplug the flash drive, you'll see the D drive and the E drive go away. And let's try this with our downloads. So if we go to the downloads folder, yesterday we downloaded the ISO image, this big file right here. You'll see the date modified as yesterday. If we double click on this, especially if I minimize this and let's close this, I want you to be able to see what happens here. Move this down here, bring up this PC. Okay, when I double click on an ISO image, what is this? It was blocked because it can be dangerous. This is something called Mark of the Web, and this is because we've downloaded this from the internet, and this is part of a new security feature that is included in the latest update. We can remove the Mark of the Web, I think, if we just right-click on the file and go to Properties. I think it's here under, right here, it says this file came from another computer. It might be blocked. So all you gotta do is check this unblock button and click OK. This is a new change to Windows. It's not a bug. This is there because viruses spread too easily and people don't know what they're doing. So they want to make sure you know what you're doing. So if you know enough to go to Properties and hit unblock, then it sounds like you have the required knowledge to safely move forward. If you don't know how, then they're protecting you from yourself, okay? If you deal with the scale that Microsoft deals with, this makes perfect sense. But now that we have unblocked it, let me double click on it now and watch how a DVD drive just appeared, as though I just plugged in either a flash drive or a DVD drive, even though this computer doesn't have a DVD drive. It emulates it automatically. It's a feature built into Windows 10 and 11. If I right click, I can eject it as though it were real, and it unmounts the image. That's how you want to remove it. So it's virtually a flash drive. It's the best way I could explain it. So when we go back to our yellow folder here, we open that up again, go back to downloads, we double click this, you notice it became the D drive again. But if this became E or F or G, I'll need to change that command. So let's do this again. Let's type in CMD and run as administrator. Okay, and just to avoid any confusion, I will also show you, we go under sources, because this is an ISO file, the biggest file in there, 7.4 gigs, that's significantly bigger than that ESD file. It still says install, but instead of .ese, it says .wim. That's why there's two different versions of this command in the video notes. One for ESD files, which are created with the Windows Media Creation tool, and one for WIM files. So since it is drive D, and since I used drive D in my example, we can just copy it exactly as shown, right-click on that, and copy. Once I've highlighted it with the mouse, I copy it by right-clicking, choosing copy, and then right-click here and hit enter. And now it says we're on build 26200 8037. Now, what did I say the latest version was? Well, since I know this computer is updated, I can go check again. It is 26200 8037. That means if I install with this ISO image, I will get the same version that this computer I'm on got through Windows updates after I did the clean install. That's how it keeps itself up to date. But if I'm doing a clean install, wouldn't it be great to just install with the latest updates already in it? That's why I'm kind of excited about this. Now, previously, if we close, let's see, let's go back. Let me minimize this. And let's eject this. Okay, you notice when I ejected it, just like you physically ejected a DVD or a flash drive, it's happening virtually. Let's go back to the yellow folder. And if you're wondering how I'm opening two of these, I just hold the shift button down to open another instance when I click. We'll go back to downloads. Now, if you notice, this one here just says ISO. It doesn't have a V2 after it, and the file size is different. If we do the same thing here, we'll see that this is the older version. Probably that's similar to what's on my flash drive, but let's check. We'll double click it again. Once again, it's not going to let us open that. Right click, go to properties, choose unblock, hit OK, double click it now. And that unblock change will stay permanent for that machine, just so you know. You don't have to keep doing it every single time. And then back to the command prompt, back to run as administrator. And in theory, I can just paste, right? Because I haven't changed anything. And hit enter. Now this is version 26200, and this is older yet, 6584. So this is like from 2 months ago. Or longer. I'm not sure when 6.4 came out. We could Google it. But the point is, there's no wondering about mystery, which version do I have. So for right now, let's demonstrate how I'm going to update my installation media in real life. So I'm going to take my flash drive. First thing I want to do is plug my installation media flash drive in. Once that plugs in, you'll see the drive appear, right? It's D and E here. Okay. Today, because both the ISO and the Windows Media Creation Tool are downloading the same version, it doesn't really matter which one we want to use, so long as the flash drive is big enough to hold all of the data. You're probably going to want to start using a 16 gig flash drive here pretty soon, but I think you can get away with 8 gigs still, but I don't think that's going to last much longer. We'll see, and I'll keep you informed, or you let me know. What I want to do is go to Microsoft's website and download Windows 11, which is where we were over here, right? And we're going to download the installation media tool, the media creation tool. I wish they would just call it that. The ISO image down here is the bigger file, right? That's the 8.5 gig file. This one's a 7.5 gig file. So I hit download now, and that downloads mediacreationtool.exe. Click that once, and then click yes. And let's minimize all this to keep the screen nice and clean so you can see very clearly what's happening. You have a license agreement you have to agree to. And it says, one of the first things it's going to ask is, do you want to use the recommended options for this PC? That's usually like language and region. That's up to you. Because I'm going to be installing this on other computers besides this PC, I just unchecked the box. Right? You notice how it says language up here and it was blocked off? Why do you think that's blocked off when you check those boxes? So I'm going to go ahead and say uncheck. We're going to say, you know, this gives us the option to change things during an install on a different PC. And because I'm installing on different PCs constantly, you may not be, so you might just, it might make no difference to you one way or another. I'll hit next. Now, do I want to make a flash drive? I do not. And the reason I don't is if I do it this way, Microsoft's going to force me into an online account. You got to do the whole Shift F10 and bypass NRO and all the other nonsense that everybody makes a big deal about on YouTube because they don't have enough knowledge or information to know that you could simply use a free program called Rufus. You don't have to use the media creation tool to make the media. I mean, technically making the ISO file is still making media. But the ISO file in and of itself won't be very helpful to you unless you're on a virtual machine that you're installing on. So the ISO file is what I want. Then I hit next. It's going to name it windows.iso. So that's fine, I'll save it. Now, you might want to, because this is updating monthly, feel free to rename this to Windows 25 H2, actually Windows 11 25H2, March 20th, 2026. Just for your own records. However, the other thing you could watch is the date. So this could be redundant if we're not copying it somewhere else. If we keep it on the computer that we're downloading it to, then this date modified will be today. So that's another indication telling me the date of which version this is. I could also say it's 26200.8037 if I want to be more precise. You absolutely can do this. Call it whatever you want to call it. You don't have to call it the default. Whatever is your system that works for you. Hit save, and now it's going to download the components from Microsoft. The software that we're running here is going to compress that into a custom-made .esd file, and then it's going to take that and put that into an ISO file. It's like a zip file inside of an RAR file. It's interesting. There are different types of containers. So the Windows installation container goes onto a media container. But again, if you're not a developer and you don't have to understand programming, that part of it, don't feel that it's important for you to understand that. If I just said something that didn't make any sense to you, that's because you don't have a developer's sense of mind. And that's okay. You don't need one unless you're a developer. But for those of you who do understand, but perhaps that was a mystery, that's the explanation. So this will take a few minutes. It's going to download the full Windows installer files and create that ISO image fresh. It's like we're making it fresh when you order it versus the ISO is pre-made. We made this 3 days ago, but we're going to sell it to you today. Or this we're custom making to order. So that's the way you could think of the two differences. Even though at the end of the day, we're going to end up with a .iso file, the contents of the ISO file will be slightly different. Now, it shouldn't really matter at the end of the day which one you use. But run your own experiments and see if you notice anything that's different between them when doing a clean install. And if you do, let me know. But as far as I know, you should be fine either way. Because I want the latest update slipstreamed as soon as possible, and because Microsoft has made it clear they're updating the Microsoft media creation tool with the updates first, and they're doing the ISO image second, and it's not like within days, it's almost a week and a half. I don't want to wait a week and a half. So that's my motivation to change the way I do things now, so I can, if I'm doing a brand new Windows 11 install on a machine today using my Windows installation media that I made a couple months ago, there's going to be a lot of updates waiting for me. So I have to download those updates, restart, check for updates again. So the sooner I can get those updates in my install media, the more time I can start saving on any new installs. And for me, I never quite know from day to day, will I need to reinstall Windows today? It's not like I thought about it the day before. Something appeared on my desk, and for whatever reason, I need to do an install. I want my installer to be ready on a moment's notice. I don't want to deal with it when I need it, because the amount of time it's taking me to do this, I could just install the version I've got and go to Windows Update. It's probably 6 of one, half dozen of the other, unless I need it again tomorrow. And now it starts working against me. At that point, when I have a minute, it makes sense during my slower time, when I'm, say after hours or not under any pressure, to go ahead and get the tool updated, as I do with all my software. Get it updated before I need it updated. Get it updated now proactively, so that the next time you need it, you won't spend as much time in Windows updates or delay your repair, because now you're adding this step to, now you're like, well, I'm going to update my media now. And now the other thing you were doing that needed the installation, that gets postponed until you do this, which is taking longer for the job to be done. So that's my logic. I will use the Windows Media Creation tool from now on. And next month, on the second Tuesday of the month, I'll check and see if the Media Creation tool gets updated. I wish Microsoft would alert us. I wish there was a website that would tell us. As far as I know, this does not exist. So I'm going to do it, and I'm going to keep track of it. And that's it. That's the amount of time it took to make that custom ISO installation file. And it does tell us here, oh no, that's the file name, I think. I was like, wow, they're giving us the actual build number. No, they're not. That was me. I just confused myself. It's just saying, here's the name of the file, which you should know since you named it. All right, I'll hit finish, and then it just does a little cleanup here for a second. And now if we go to the downloads folder, is that where it put it in downloads? Yeah, this is the file. Here's the date and the time. So I don't have to include the date and time here. Unless I copy this next week onto another computer or another folder, then it'll change to the date of when it was last copied. But as long as I leave the original here, like I don't move it, then this date will stay true, like all these other dates here, 3/13. That's when we started this whole project. So if I leave this folder alone, and as we march forward month after month and follow up, we'll be able to just look at these dates and know when things changed, since nobody is being forthcoming on this information. And I really wish Microsoft would start. But once again, let's verify our version. So I'll go back over to this PC. We're going to right-click our installation media, and we're going to eject. No, I take it back. This is the flash drive, the actual physical flash drive. What I was going to do is I was going to open this ISO file and show you the version of it. But I've decided I already know this is 8037. I've already shown you how to check it. And I don't want to confuse myself by then opening this and having drive F and G. So I don't want to confuse you guys either. So at this point, what I want to do is just replace what's on this flash drive with this new updated installer. And because I use the Windows Media Creation tool, or even if I downloaded the ISO separately, regardless, I'm going to use a tool called Rufus. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to type in RUFUS. This is a tool created out of Ireland. It should take you to rufus.ie for Ireland. And this tool gets updated regularly. Once again, this idea of downloading a program and hoarding it is really just shooting yourself in the foot. When you're done with this program, I suggest you delete it. That will force you to download the program every time you need it. This means you will always get the latest version. On the other hand, if you're a little bit more technical minded and you don't mind slowing down and saying, well, let me look at the date, February 17th, and let me look at the version I've got and see if it's 4.13p or 4.13 as the case may be, you can do that. But I would rather not think about it. Just remove the option, delete it when you're done with it. That forces you to re-download this little teeny tiny. This would almost fit on a floppy disk. It's that small. So we're going to download this executable file, and it downloads super fast. It's already done. And then we click to open the file, and this will start the latest version of Rufus. Okay, so let's minimize this. Let's clean everything up, because I don't want to confuse you now. So now we're in Rufus. And Rufus sees our D drive right here, 16 gig D drive. It already has Windows on. If you have multiple flash drives plugged in, I suggest you uninstall them or be very cautious over what drive is selected here, because you might overwrite the wrong drive, and there's no going back after this. It says, do you want a disk or ISO image? We want to do an ISO image, right? And it says select it. So all I'm doing at this point is I've started the software, and I'm going to select, and I'm going to pick this download. I've got it sorted by date. So the most recent thing I've downloaded is right on top. I don't have to go searching and alphabetizing, and it's right here on top. This is literally what we just downloaded 5 minutes ago. I double click it. And that's it. At this point, we're ready to go. You don't need to do anything else. So hit start. Again, verify this is your flash drive. But other than that, you hit start. Rufus says, hey, this looks like a Windows 11 installation media. You want to customize it by removing the requirement for an online Microsoft account and disabling BitLocker on happening automatically on an install for like Windows 11 Home. These are the two options I check. I think you are profoundly foolish, or certainly in a different circumstance than me, to check any of these other boxes. Because what you're doing is you're now limiting yourself. Whether you're disabling the requirements for TPM and secure boot and 4 gigs of RAM, you're just opening yourself up for an attack. You want to do that? You want to never lock your doors of your house or your car? You always want to leave your windows open? I'm not going to tell you not to, but I strongly advise you should not do that, especially when you're not around keeping an eye on things, which is what's happening on the internet. You don't know what's going on. So this is an easy bypass if you think you're getting away with something. But my personal opinion is this is one of the most unwise options an individual can pick. And the consequences are yours and yours alone. And as long as you're willing to not tell me you're a victim, as long as you're willing to say, I did this to myself voluntarily, then go ahead and knock yourself out. But if a customer does this and then a customer needs help, the only help we can tell the customer is to put it back right, or we'll charge them to put it back right, which means a complete new install again. And if that means they can't have Windows 11, they got to go back to Windows 10, then that's what you got to do, or replace the computer. If you just refuse to lock your doors, I can't help you. So this is a big no-no in my world. When it comes to creating a local account automatically, you may choose to do this, but it's going to do that anytime you use the installer. So if you're helping a friend or a family member, you just made your life more difficult because you couldn't be bothered to type your name, because now it's going to type your name instead of theirs, and it's embedded right into the installer. But if you're the only one and you're ever going to use this installer for, knock yourself out. Same with your region settings and privacy settings. I leave all these open because I never quite know from machine to machine. I don't live in a selfish world where it's all about Carey and Carey's needs. My job is to accommodate my customers' needs. Since I don't know them ahead of time because I'm not a psychic, I leave all of these boxes unchecked. And this last box here, you absolutely don't need this. This is a security issue for bootloaders, which again, far more technical than we get into on this channel. And I would never use this in my career. So just those two boxes. I click OK. Now it's warning us all the data on that flash drive is going to be destroyed forever. To continue, click OK. Otherwise, click Cancel. I click OK, and down here it's giving us the status where it is wiping that flash drive completely. Remember, the flash drive had a drive D and a drive E. It's removing both of those. It is completely repartitioning the flash drive. It may end up with a drive D and drive E again. That's normal. But they're not the same. They'll both be completely recreated, and the data that's on each partition will be what's on this image, not what was on the flash drive. You'll see this whole process does not take very long. My explanation of it takes 15 times longer, at least, than what it actually takes to do. This is partly what drives me crazy online, is when people will sit there and talk about the potential results of a test for 2 hours when they could just run the test and see the results in 2 minutes. It's a nerdy thing that nerds do. They'll sit there and discuss for hours what could be demonstrated in minutes. But because I'm trying to do this as an educational video, not as a pure thought experiment, I'm trying to explain why we do things a certain way, what the process is, and why it makes sense. If you don't care about why and you just want the steps, I could turn this into a 90-second short video or like a 3-minute shorts that says, click here, click this, click that. And you'll learn nothing, which, welcome to the world of TikTok. It's all about entertainment. and learning 0. Well, I learned if I follow this video, it gets me a new install media. Yeah, but you don't understand why. So you're sort of like, would you go to a doctor? It's like, well, I don't know how this medicine works, but it should cure you. Man, if you don't know how the medicine works, I'm not taking it. You shouldn't be prescribing things and taking responsibility for the health of other people, including their cars or computers or plumbing or electrical, when there's so much at stake. If you don't know what you're doing, you're going to find out the hard way, which is your option. Oh, that's why they do that. You're watching your house burn down and you're like, that's why they don't leave rechargeable batteries plugged in all the time. Now I see. Okay. All right, we're all done. So it doesn't give us any pop or anything. It just says right here, ready, and then down here it says closed. So if I go back to the drive here, you notice it says ESD-E. Drive D went away. If I unplug my flash drive now, you watch drive E go away. I'm going to plug it right back in. Look at that. Interestingly enough, it only made the one partition. That's fascinating to me why I had 2 before. And now, if we open this up and take a look in sources, we're going to have an ESD install file, right? So we'll sort by size. And there's our install ESD. So I go back to the command prompt, CMD, run as administrator, and then Control V, right? And we'll change this WIM to say ES. Oops. I'll just use the arrow keys. Type in delete, 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 ESD, and then let me take off the ES I put on the end there, backspace, delete, there. Enter. What did I miss? Did I mistype something? WIM file, install.esd on, oh, it's on drive E. Remember I said your drive letter might change? I got to listen to my own advice. We got to change drive D to drive E and hit delete. Go back here. That looks good. Now we should get it. So now we're on, our installer is going to install version 26200 on a clean install 8037. So that means right now, as of March 20th, if I do a clean install with this media, the only Windows update should be just the little antivirus updates that come out multiple times a day. There won't be any big updates that take a while. Imagine how much time that can save if you're in a position like me and you're installing Windows all the time and always having to go to Windows Update. That's a huge time saver, and it's completely free. It's all legit, and I don't have to create the slipstream media, spend all the time testing. If we want to get out of this window, you can close the X or type the word exit. Either way, get you there. And if I go back here, yeah, there's our flash drive, which interestingly, if you look at how much space this is consuming, I don't think this will fit on an 8 gig flash drive anymore. Well, maybe it will. It says used space is just under 7 gigs. So I guess an 8 gig flash drive will still work. But I don't think it's going to be long before we're going to move to a 16 gig flash drive for a Windows install media. But I'll let you know when that happens. But it does look like, you know, software is getting more resource intensive and more complex. And as a result, it's getting larger and probably less optimized because it's bigger, right? Bigger people don't move as fast as smaller people, as far as like, I should refer to weight, heavier people can't move as quickly. Generally speaking, that's a general truth. And let me get back over to camera 1 and see what questions you have in the chat room, if I have confused you or have I made things clear, or is anything unclear to you? Andy says, since I'm not a techie, it's easy for me to use Rufus in the ISO file. Yeah, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But either way, just so we're clear, you're getting an ISO file either way. I just showed you we'd use the media creation tool to get the ISO file. And the media creation tool gets updated first. So if you want it sooner, you'll use the media creation tool to get the ISO file. If you don't mind getting it 2 weeks after the fact, or, you know, We'll see if Microsoft keeps updating the ISO. Hopefully they will. That's why we need to follow this up every month, because as far as I can tell, no one else is doing that. If you're aware of somebody already doing it, please let me know, because I don't want to do something somebody else is already doing. That's a waste of time. But if nobody else is going to do it, that's my green light to go, right? Let's go. Anytime you feel like everything's already been invented and you have nothing to contribute, that suggests to me that everything in your life is perfect. That you're never once going, why is this so difficult? Why doesn't this information exist? Why doesn't this device exist? Or why isn't there a better way? Because somebody like you didn't bother to do it. Everybody else didn't think about it. So if you ever encounter that in your life, there's a reason the expression necessity is the mother of invention. I would not be doing this if somebody else had already done it. Why would I? Why would I just repeat what somebody else has already done? But because nobody else has ever done it, as far as I can find, especially here on YouTube, that's all I need to know to motivate me to do it, to provide unique information that you're not finding anywhere else that I think should be out there. So if there's information you think that should be out there, why are you not doing anything about it? Make a video, write a blog, do a podcast, share your knowledge so others who don't know any better, didn't even think of it, can be educated by you and helped by you by simply sharing what you know. Other people say, well, you know, somebody should do something about this, and then they just sit on their butt all day. There's so many things that we don't have in the world. You don't know what's missing out of the world because people didn't see things through. You might think, isn't it great that we have all this technology? You should wonder about all the technology we don't have, where somebody gave up or never bothered trying. That would have changed the world entirely. It's sort of like the John F. Kennedy saying, you know, instead of asking why, ask why not. And do something. If that thought occurs to you, why not? It's because you haven't done it. If you're waiting for someone else to do it, it may never happen. Let alone in your lifetime, it may never happen at all. That is your opportunity. That is the sound of opportunity knocking. You just had an original idea. You search on Google, you go, no one has this information. Do the community in the world of service and provide that information for other like-minded individuals. It's very satisfying. It feels good. The fulfillment, the reward is the fulfillment. It's knowing you've contributed in a unique way to other people who value that. Right? Not everybody needs to know how to make Windows installation media, but those who do and those who care about having the latest version, good luck finding this anywhere else. And if you do, please let me know. Now, if this gains more popularity and more traction and other content creators are either copying me or maybe just coincidentally come up with this idea, I think it's great. It doesn't offend me at all. It means it'll be easier for people to find. My videos aren't that popular. So you guys, you know, you're of the few that are aware of the content that I make. Some people don't see my content for 10 years after I make it. And they go, wow, this is really cool. Yeah, it was cool 10 years ago too. You know, welcome. Where have you been? So I'm all about getting information out there through all the different avenues, whether it's podcasts, whether it's news media, whether it's YouTube or Reddit or forums that different people visit. The world has changed. In the 1980s, I'm going to be an old man for a second. What brought the community together, at least here in America, was music and television. We didn't have social media. That was our social media. So when a mini-series was on TV, like Shogun or V or Roots, that's all everybody talked about. It was scheduled TV. It came on at a certain time on a certain day, and if you missed it, it wasn't going to be rerun again. You missed it. And if you missed it, you wouldn't be able to talk about what everybody else is talking about. When Casey Kasem was doing the top 40, it was universally what people 30 and younger were listening to. It was all sort of the same top 100. So when these bands played concerts, they would sell out arenas. The same bands today could barely fill maybe 2,000 seats, but they were filling 17,000 seats, 20,000 seats. They were filling Wembley in England. And there's only a handful of artists that can do that today. The Rolling Stones or U2, maybe Katy Perry and Lady Gaga, maybe Justin Bieber anymore, I don't know. Maybe Madonna could still do it, but they're few and far between. When I went to see a concert in the 1980s, it was quite often at an arena. And the energy was like a big sporting event, like a big NFL football game. That size of an arena, that much energy and noise and crowd. Today, there's so many different ways for people to get their music and so many different styles of music that we don't really share this in common anymore. Unless you're online finding somebody of a similar taste of music, just going to work and finding somebody who likes the music you like or watches the TV shows that you watch. Again, maybe like Game of Thrones kind of hit that point where it became much more common. But those are the breakouts. In the 80s, that was pretty much any miniseries that occurred. You know, when you talk about shows like Dynasty or what was the competitor to Dynasty? Dallas. And you know, Who Shot JR? I mean, this was in the newspaper. This is what everybody was talking about. Everything's gone fractionalized. So now instead of 90 or 85% of the people all consuming the same, mostly the same television shows at the same time, by the way, not when you felt like it. You had to watch it when it aired. Listening to the radio, hearing those songs the radio stations played. We all had that in common. We've all lost that now. That's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. Maybe just a little bit. It's a fraction. Because you might like some style of music from some band that makes a pretty good living, but no one's ever heard of them. When I say no one, obviously enough people have heard of them that they can earn a living and be a band, but they're not a household name. Like the Struts. The Struts have been around, geez, I don't know, 15 years? Most people probably never heard of them. But most people heard of Queen, or the Eagles, the Beatles. The world has changed. And there's nothing better than sharing something you're passionate about with someone else who's also passionate about it. So if you really love this song or this artist, and you say to somebody else, hey, have you heard this song? And oh, I don't like that. What the radio would do is the radio would play the damn song so many times, it would grow on you. There are a number of songs that I couldn't stand, and when the radio would put them on in the 80s, I changed the station. Songs like Sade's Smooth Operator, too slow for a teenager, come on. As an adult, I can appreciate it, but also I heard it 10 million times. And it kind of grew on me, and I'm like, it's a pretty nice song. But I also got older and a little more mellow. But at the same time, that was a big hit, and it was played a lot. Today, a song like that, I'll never hear it. It'll never cross my path. And I think that's a shame. I think we've lost a connection within our communities, our local communities, that we once could commonly find, and now we can only uncommonly find it. It's much more rare today. And so even when we do these live videos, we do the live videos around the world. We don't do them just to Phoenix, just to my community. And even still, look at how small the community is. When you consider the city I live in contains more than 100 times the amount of people in the chat room. Maybe multiples of 100 times, just in my local community. But for one thing, they don't know I exist, and the other thing, they might not be interested in this topic. But back when it was music and TV that was only on the radio and only on the television that was scheduled, we all had no choice. But now that we have choices, we all make different ones. And to find other people who made the same choices as us has really whittled down out of what we all had in common, that we all have much less in common now. And I think that's sad for community. But change is change. And hopefully they'll find its way back somehow, or it'll all work out in some way. Or we'll just get to maintain little tiny communities and little tribes, which I think is moving backwards. But, you know, what I think about it doesn't really matter. It's how we deal with it, in that we're aware of it. And of course, as I mentioned, stuff like this could create the momentum for somebody to say, I'm going to do something to create a more common, more universal commonness among my fellow human. In the 80s, people didn't really argue and talk about politics. Like, I don't remember ever going to work, having the water cooler talk, talking about what President Reagan did or what President Clinton did, or maybe once in a great while, you know, if there was some big world event. But even then. But now, it's become a form of religion where you have to believe the same thing I believe, or we can't talk. I'm going to, what's that word called? Excommunicate you. We don't, as a society, we only want people to agree with us now. We don't respect anybody else's opinions in general, not like we used to. And one of the ways we respected other people's opinions is we didn't put it upon them on certain things like religion and politics. You talked about religion at church. You talked about politics at a political gathering. This wasn't everyday conversation people had regularly like they do today that ultimately ends, I'll tell you exactly how it ends. You either agree with me or you and I aren't talking anymore. But it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the politics. It doesn't change the reality you live in, other than you've now excommunicated somebody you were once friends with simply because you don't respect their right to have their own opinion, but you expect them to respect your right to have your own opinion, but you won't give them the same in return. And I'm so saddened by this de-evolution of our society. It's completely backwards. And I hope that people at some point will bring back compromise and diplomacy. Neither side should get what they want. You should get part of what you want, but you must sacrifice something else you want. You have to decide, which thing do I want worse, this or this? And they have to decide, which thing do I want this, right? And you compromise. You say, well, you give me this and I'll give you that. It's just like a sale. I'm going to sell you a computer, you're going to give me some money. But at some point it's changed now where you're going to give me the computer. Well, what am I going to get? You're going to give me the computer. And that's just the way it's going to be. And I'm going to give you nothing. I'm going to take from you, but I'm not going to give anything back. I will sacrifice nothing and you will sacrifice, because that's what I believe. That's where we're at right now, unfortunately. And social media seems to thrive on it and encourage it. And you have no idea how sad I am. Allowing people the freedom to disagree, but still maintain friendship. When I say disagree, I'm not saying somebody's telling you you're doing something wrong. That's a problem, unless you are doing something wrong. If they're telling you your beliefs are wrong, that's the problem. That's disrespectful. Don't tell somebody their beliefs are wrong. If, on the other hand, somebody is, let's say I'm showing something on video and somebody says, Carey, you're doing it wrong. I don't know who that person is or what qualifies them to say that. So I'm not going to tolerate that. It's disrespectful. On the other hand, if they want to point me to a link of some reputable source, and so I can find out, oh, this is correct, right? I'm open to learning, but it has to be done in a friendly way. It can't be done as a, I'm going to insult you because you're an idiot. That's not going to get you too far in real life, and it certainly isn't going to get you too far on the internet. But the internet thrives off of that. And how many people are going to continue to lose their jobs because of some stupid Twitter post that nobody read and made no difference, that they could have just kept their mouth shut on, and now they don't have a job anymore, or they've been ostracized? It's their choice. I mean, if you want to be a fool, be a fool. But I think if you really are that passionate about something, get involved in it at that level where your decisions actually make a difference. And if you're not willing to make that sacrifice, then what you say doesn't matter. Well, I have a right to free speech. Yeah. That also means you have a right to lie. You have a right to lie. So why should anybody believe you? Unless you have some sort of verifiable history or as being a respectable, knowledgeable person on the particular topic, this creates pushback from other people who also don't know what they're talking about. And this creates brother and brother dividing instead of showing true compassion and empathy and respect. And I hope somehow, some way, some future generation gets us back to appreciating each other and our differences, because that's all bullying is. Bullying is, hey, that person's different. Let's go beat them up. We're still doing that. You think differently than me, I'm going to beat you up. Carey, you got a funny name and you're short. Let's beat you up after school. That's a good reason. And here I am all these decades later. It's only gotten worse. I don't like your political beliefs, which you should have kept to yourself. But now because you didn't, now you're going to get bullied. Let's go beat them up. I can't do anything about it. But I discuss it to raise awareness, and hope with that awareness, at least it'll give you something, if you weren't already thinking about it, to think about if you're considering participating. Because nothing would make me sadder. But it is your free will and your life to live as you choose, and I respect that. I don't have to like it, but I respect it. And I realize we have viewers all over the world. It may not, their society may be different than it is here in America, especially maybe if it's America in a small rural town, things are different than they are in the big city. Maybe part of my problem is I'm in the big city, right? Maybe I need to get out of the big city. Well, there's no maybe about that. Yeah, Nick Caffrey said, this is why I like small town life in Ireland. Politics is local mostly. Yeah, that's different because you can actually make a difference. Johnny said, you're a piece of sand. We're all just a piece of sand on the beach, a grain of sand on the beach, and your word never gets out. Yeah, this is true, unfortunately. And he said, years ago, we did not have such a divided country. Yeah. Bill Stodd said, I respect your opinion, no matter how wrong it may be. Exactly. Exactly. Kelvin wants to know, why did Microsoft change the name of the update from cumulative to security, which was security update, during the March patch Tuesday? No one's ever asked me that question before. And I never really thought about it. Did they rename it, or is there a difference? Let me ask and see what I can pull up. if it's going to let me. Back here, let's try this. Got to use the right keyboard. It turns out I was using the other keyboard. Microsoft changed update names from cumulative update to security update in March of 2026 to simplify and standardize naming, making it easier for users to identify security-focused patches. So this was explained in Microsoft's Community Hub. So remember, we always talk about the source. And if the source is the manufacturer, I don't think you can get any more accurate of a response. So there is a Microsoft Community Hub blog, and what I'm reading is an AI summary that is summarizing the tech community blog at Microsoft. So if I jump over here to my window capture, I should be able to bring up, yeah, there we go, this link here, where Microsoft officially acknowledges this. Now why the site's not loading, I don't know, but there we go. So this is a Microsoft employee, and this is your explanation to the question you have. With this first large-scale improvement in update naming, we hope users at your organization, and I don't know where it just went. Why did it do that? Very strange. Anyway, you can read about it there, but it does look like it's an intentional change for clarity, to try and use more simplified language for the average person to be able to understand. And I agree with it. I think it's a good idea. A lot of people don't know what the word cumulative means or how it relates. It's you know, to Windows. It's not like we use that word here in America in normal everyday speaking. It's pretty uncommon for that word to come up in conversation. But the word security comes up a lot. People understand that. So if you want to talk to the everyman, you need to use common, down-to-earth language. And if Microsoft is moving in that direction to focus on common, down-to-earth language, you know I am behind that 100%. I think the site came back up. Let me see. Improve readability for users reviewing updates, and predictable formatting for OEMs and partners integrating with servicing tools. The improved titles align with modern UI or user interface expectations and accessibility standards, supporting security and productivity through reduced ambiguity. See, even the word ambiguity is ambiguous. That's not a common word. But again, they're just trying to make it more common language. So even if they used uncommon language to explain it. I love the irony, but that's good. I'm all for it. I think it's great. Let's check back in with our friend Mitch, who joins us from Taipei, Taiwan. Here we go. Here is a check-in from Mitch Morrison. Or not. Okay. Technical difficulties, apparently. Let me just check. One last time. Let's make sure that's okay. Should be good to go. And how about now? Well, that is not working. Why is it not playing? I'm going to try one more thing. Give it one more shot. How about now? Hey, I got it playing upside down. All right. Now let's go back to Mitch Morrison in Taipei.
Well, hello, Uncle Carey and everyone in chat. This is your Uncle Mitch coming to you from Taipei. Don't know whether you can see it right there, but what am I riding? I'm riding the Mekong gondola. A very nice day here in Taipei, and I'll spend a couple of more days here and then fly back to my favorite city, Hong Kong, spend a couple of days there, and then come home. So, but I've been enjoying my time here in Taiwan, Taipei. Shout at you later. Bye.
Nice. You know, the weather looks great there. Look at all that green. And of course, Mitch is high again. He likes to go up high. I'm going to tease him about that from now on. Hey, everybody's got their thing, you know. Mitch seems to enjoy heights. I never really saw it until now. But thank you for the updates, Mitch, and we'll look forward to, hopefully, I don't know if there's any more that he'll share with us out of Taipei, or hopefully we'll get some updates once he's back in Hong Kong. And then, of course, he'll head home after that, and then we'll have him on the show at some point as the build opportunities, the opportunities to have him on, hopefully materialize between now and then. So enjoy the rest of your trip there, Mitch, and we'll look forward to getting more updates from you. Let me jump back over to the chat room, and let's see if you guys have any other questions for me. There's John Lewis from Brazil saying hello. W. Holmes said Mitch is getting higher and higher, right? Shane Perkins said, I guess 26H1 is ARM only. Not only is it ARM only, it's only Snapdragon X2. It's very specific to the Snapdragon X2 processors. Best of my knowledge, it doesn't work or is not compatible with the earlier Snapdragon processors, the regular Elite. Let me just check, let me fact check myself here. And I don't think it's been released yet anyway. It's, first of all, it's not been released. It is not for any computer anybody has. This is for computers that are coming out that are Snapdragon X2 ARM-based laptops and potentially NVIDIA N1X devices. It is pre-installed only, and it's ARM optimized. It is not for Intel or AMD. And I think, I could be wrong, maybe it came out, let me just check. I thought it wasn't coming out till April. But let me check real quick. What's the release date? Release date, February 10th, so it came out last month. Man, I thought it was April for some reason. Okay, so February 10th, Microsoft did release it, but it's really for next generation ARM PCs only, not anything current. Unless you just recently bought an ARM PC that has an Elite X2 processor. Now, devices that do get 26H1 will not get 26H2, just so you know. It's one or the other, okay? It is a specific update for a specific set of hardware only. So if you don't have that hardware, you're not missing any. Don't feel like you're missing out on an update. You're not. Trust me, you don't want it. And if you need it, then you don't want 26H2. So you pick one. But thank you for the question. It is a little confusing. Bikeman wants to know, I'm assuming I have to choose Rufus when I remake my Windows 11 flash drive. The CA 2023 cert thingy, as I followed 11 forum guides on updating license, really much better. That's up to you. So the great thing about making your own Windows 11 installation media and these flash drives is that you can experiment, right? You don't have to ask, how do I do this without making mistakes? You don't learn if you don't make mistakes. My advice to you would be to follow my steps. If you choose to not follow my steps and to go your own path, then I encourage you to be able to find your way back if need be, without any help. If I'm telling you, here's how you go over to this place, and you say, thank you for letting me know, but I'm not going that way. If you get lost, I can't help you. You're on your own. But you will also learn by taking a different path if there's any benefit to that I don't know about, or that it can't get you there and you have to backtrack and come back. So that's okay, because you will learn better by failing than you ever will by succeeding. So don't be afraid of that. And yes, I would advise you to not question my methods, because if you do that, you are now creating your own methods. They're not my methods anymore. And if you're asking me, will your methods work? I don't know, and I don't care. I'm not here to individually customize my answers to specific needs and requirements of users. I'm here to educate users so they can make their own decisions based on their own needs, because no two of you are the same. And if you want to follow the process of a professional computer technician that has to do everything the same, then you'll follow my steps. And if you think that doesn't apply to you, you're on your own. But don't be afraid to be on your own. There's nothing wrong with that. Just be prepared that you might have to redo it 3 or 4 times until you figure it out. It won't cause any harm. So when you make your decision and you choose to go a different way, if you want me, after the fact, you want to tell me about it. But if you're asking me to predict, I can't. I don't know. I wouldn't go that way. I wouldn't do what you did. I never have, and I can't see any reason why I would, which is why I didn't. But if you want to do it anyway, I mean, I don't know why a professional computer technician doesn't need to do it for any computer I work on, but you need to do it differently. That doesn't make any sense to me, but it's your right, and you knock yourself out if it makes you feel good. But if you don't do it the way I demonstrate, there's really nothing I can do to help you. You're on your own now. So, and that's not a bad thing. That we usually learn much more from our mistakes than we ever learn from our successes. Just so you know, it's nothing that should be avoided or feared. If that's a path you want to go down, I encourage you to go down that path. And if nothing about that sounds pleasant, then I encourage you to follow the advice. If you follow exactly what I did, exactly as I showed it, you'll get exactly the same results I got every single time, guaranteed. If not, then reach out to me. But if you decide to make a change, that's on you. Good luck. That comes along with that decision. So again, I encourage your questions. But when it comes to predicting what's going to happen, I don't have a crystal ball. And it's something I didn't advise you to do. So you want to make something different? Do it. You want to see what happens if you add more sugar to a recipe? You're the one eating it. I don't care. I do try to be as honest and transparent with the answers as possible. It's not meant to make anybody feel bad or anything. I'm just saying I want you to have the right expectations, right? If you follow steps I give you, then the expectation is you should get the result I showed you. That's why we do this live and unedited. But if you decide that you know better than me, but you're second guessing yourself, you should already know what I'm going to tell you, which is there's a reason why my steps were my steps and didn't include the differences you're having. That's not to say that you don't have a reason for it. It's to say I don't. So, you know, it might be just fine. I don't know. But when you do that, you let me know. And if you run into any problems, go back and do it the way I showed. Then if you run into any problems, you let me know. You know, if there's an inconsistency or an error in my process or something I didn't think of. But since we did it live and it all worked perfectly, just as it should have, I can't imagine it would work any differently from you unless you changed up the steps or did something differently. Shop Persian Rugs pops into the chat and says hello, welcome in. Shane Perkins says hello. Phil Stodd said plethora is a word most people don't understand. Yeah, and menagerie. Yeah. I always used to think they kind of meant the same thing, and menagerie is a completely different. I think I was conflating menagerie with montage or something like that. And yeah, I have no idea why menagerie means it's like a caged animal or a bunch of animals in a cage, something like that. It's a menagerie. What? It's a Star Trek title of an episode back in the day, but otherwise, not a common word in the circles I walk in. So we do have some of those words in the English language, but when they're made up words, when they're technology, you know, trademarked technology names, then it starts becoming legitimately another language. And if we're going to explain another language using the language we all know, but using words we don't commonly use, it's not too helpful. Tamor says hello in the chat. Yeah, welcome in. There's Jonk joining us. All right, so I hope you found the video helpful. Whenever you see me install Windows 11, until you see me change this updater again, you should know I'm going to be getting 26200.8037 from today forward if you ever see me use this. Unless you see me update this again. It's too early to know if Microsoft is going to be consistent updating both the ISO and the media creation tool monthly, because they weren't doing that. So is this a fluke or is this the new normal? And when will they change it again? It's Microsoft. They can't leave anything alone. But as soon as I know, I'll let you know, or if you find out and you have an official statement from Microsoft on the matter, please do let us know. You can reach us through our email address right here on the screen. We love to hear from you guys. showcasecreate@gmail.com is how you can reach us. And especially when it comes to private matters, personal support questions, we're trying not to make the comment section all about you. In other words, hey, Carey, I did this. Like if it's, hey, Carey, you should be emailing me. If it's, hey, everyone, it goes into the comments. So just a very simple rule to follow, because we want to make sure that when we're discussing business, we do that privately. We don't talk about what you're interested in buying or having me fix or upgrade publicly for other people to interject and interrupt. We do all that privately. If you want some help, we do that privately, because we don't want to have a comment section that has a thread a mile long with, did you try this, and what's this, and what about that, and what happened here, because no one else is interested. We take that to email out of courtesy and respect for the community. We love hearing from you. It's not a bother. So don't feel like you're bothering us to drop us an email. So if you have a link about Microsoft talking about, yeah, we're officially doing this, this is the official word, you want to share that link with us, please share the link in email, not in the comment section. And if I feel that link applies, I'll add it to the video notes. Okay, so that is the best way to reach us. showcasecreate@gmail.com. And again, we love to hear from you guys. Community here is what makes us different from any other YouTube channel. And if you're part of the community, you know what I'm talking about. And if you're not part of the community, you probably don't. It's something that you just have to experience. And we would love to see the community grow with more like-minded individuals. So if you're watching this video after it airs, you just missed out half of the video because you weren't participating with us. And we hope you'll catch the next one and pop in and say hello and introduce yourself. There's friendships waiting. What I also find interesting is we used to get questions a lot about, you know, my printer doesn't print or my video doesn't display right. The computer keeps crashing. Have you noticed almost universally across tech channels that just doesn't happen anymore? It's rare. I used to get more questions that I could answer. And I used to get through them as quickly as possible. It was so burdened with them. Have you noticed all of that is dried up? Like when I ask if anybody has any questions, or if you're watching another YouTube channel and the question is asked, what can I help you with? If it's Mike's Unboxing or Doug Betts, anyone that does this. Even the radio shows that say call in or email us if you have a question with your computer, it's almost silent. So what does that mean? Does that mean all the problems have gone away because Windows has gotten that good and hardware has gotten that good and so intuitive? Or does it mean more and more people are stepping away from computers and they're using their phones? Which, you know, I've never seen my phone give me a blue screen or give me an error message, really, outside of it can't load a web page or the internet's not available. It doesn't crash. So is that what's happening? It's strange to see this silence when it seemed like there were more people than I could help, more demand for help that I could possibly provide. And it's like it hit a wall and it all stopped. So I really encourage you, if you have a question, to ask it, because we've gone from too many questions to answer to now nobody's asking anything. There's got to be a middle here. I love being able to answer the questions without being overwhelmed. But I also like the fact that people interact by asking these questions. Or maybe people are simply doing what I'm doing when I don't know the answer and just popping over and doing a quick search. Is that what's happening? Is it now more help yourself? I mean, I'm all for teach a man to fish. And if that's what's happening, I think that's great. But sometimes people want to know, yeah, I can look up the answer, but I want your take. I want the Carey view of that. And I'm happy to provide that. Or the Carey interpretation of what does this mean. I'm more than happy to give you my thoughts on it. Like if I tell you that, it probably doesn't matter. If that's what you're asking for, I'll be straight up and honest with you about it. David Graham says AI is booming. Yeah, you know, a lot of people are using AI for sure. John Lewis said, I've watched Carey for over 5 years and I recently started using Copilot. I think that's great. And if Copilot's working for you and it's able to answer your questions, that means you don't have to wait for me to do a show or wait for an email to get answered. When you can serve yourself and help yourself, if that's what's happening in mass, then the days of offering tech support are gone. Right? I could just, like for people who say, I hate AI, they're probably using AI and they don't even know they're using it. So if people are going to like a chat window for a company support, they're probably talking to an AI agent. They have no idea that's not a human. And many times when you're getting phone calls and talking to somebody, you're not even talking to a real person. You're talking to an AI agent pretending to be a person, and you cannot tell the difference. There's no harm in that. And if that means that company doesn't hire people with bad days, bad attitudes, are difficult to understand, or one person says one thing at the company, but the next person you talk to says something opposite, all those problems go away with the AI because it will always be consistently the same. That is a good reason for me to move on and stop offering to answer tech questions. Just say, okay, that ship has sailed now. Those days are behind us. Let's move on to the next thing. There's always something else. I'm just not sure if we're there yet or if people are being quiet for some reason, shy, embarrassed. I mean, you should never be embarrassed to ask a question unless I literally just answered it and you weren't paying attention. That's frustrating. Let me spend all this time and care to detail out the answer and then have somebody ask me the exact same question. That is so disrespectful, but sincere and genuine. You know, on the other hand, with AI, you can ask AI the same question over and over again if you want to. It won't bother AI, but it does bother me because I feel like, well, if you didn't hear me just explain it, why would you hear me explain it again? AI doesn't think like that. AI will sit there and nurture you as much as you want to be nurtured. And it'll thank you for allowing it to nurture you. Okay. I think it's great. Andy says this is very timely since he has to do a new install in a few days. Yeah, well, thank Microsoft, because I did not know that they were going to update that ISO image yesterday. It literally was something I was checking every day. There's no announcement from Microsoft. There's no change on the website that indicates anything's changed. But what I did notice was the download name had a V2 after it. And I thought, oh, I never saw that before. Does that mean next month it'll have a V3? I don't think there's ever been a V3, ever. Wouldn't it be nice if the version matched the month? So since version 2 came out in February, shouldn't they have skipped over 2 and just called it version 3? And if they come out with a new version in April, wouldn't it be great if that became version 4? I wonder if there's changes afoot, or if they're not going to be changing it monthly. Maybe it'll just stay V2 all the way until 26H2 comes out. They're not saying. So while I'm going to continue to keep an eye on it for you guys, and when it changes, I'll keep updating you and letting you know. Because again, as far as I know, no one else is doing this. I really wish someone else would. But it's in my own best interest to know for my own sake. So I might as well share that with the rest of you since, like I said, it's for me, really. AI needs you for its content. But you need AI for its content. It's reciprocal, right? It's sort of like saying, farmers need you to eat. Well, you need to eat. So it's not like you have a choice. Mike Man said I have a lot less issues than I used to. I had a lot of issues back from 2005 to 2018. I started watching you, Carey, in 2018. Well, I appreciate that. But also, things have gotten easier. A lot of the problems we used to have, like Microsoft blocking us from, executing those downloaded files because it knows those came from a foreign source. What's funny is they come from Microsoft and they don't even trust themselves. It just occurred to me the irony that if you download the file from Microsoft themselves, they still flag it as untrusted. They got a little work to do, but because of hackers and manipulation, they're playing it safe and fair. They're even treating themselves with the same skepticism to keep you safe. And yeah, you know what? Being safe is a pain in the butt. Do you think I like having to set the alarm to the house? Do you think I like having to lock the handle and the deadbolt and making sure all the windows are locked when I leave? Do you think I like having to lock the doors of the car, make sure the windows are rolled up all the way, park in a brightly lit area at night? These are conscious decisions I have to make to be safe. and it sucks. And shouldn't have to, but we live in society where if you fail to do it, you're likely being watched and you don't know, and you can step away for 10 seconds. I can pull up to a gas pump and walk into the convenience store, grab a Coke, and come back out, and my car will be gone. There's been plenty of stories on the news where somebody left their car running, left the baby in the car because they're just going to run in real quick. They come out and the car's gone along with the baby. They were being watched and they didn't know. Even when I get out of the car to fuel the car, I close the door. I don't leave the door open because, again, there are videos on YouTube that show people, they crouch around the car and they jump into the driver's seat while you're fueling it. Now, I realize that happens rarely, so rarely that when they capture it on video, people are shocked. But the fact that it shows people how to do it encourages other people to do it. Oh, I never thought of stealing a car that way before. So now you've got to be more vigilant. And you get out of that car, close the door. If you're going to stand next to the car, you can leave the window down. But if you say, oh, you know what, I need to run into the convenience store, I won't leave my window down. I'll get back in the car, turn the accessory position back on so I can roll the windows up, then get out, then close the door, lock the car, and then go in. Even if I'm just going in for a few seconds, my back is to the car the minute I walk away, and that thief who's watching me has all that time from the moment my back is turned until I'm in the store and I turn around to face the car again and realize either there's somebody in it, somebody's around it, and by the time I get out there, they have time to start the car and go, or to do what they need to do. So Microsoft blocking these files is a pain in the butt, but it's no different than the pain in the butt of making sure your windows are rolled up and your doors are locked. It's for your own safety, it's security. If you don't want it, don't do it. You can go in the registry and disable that, but I think you'd be a fool. But it doesn't matter if I think you're a fool. And he said most consumer electronics are more user-friendly than they used to be. Yeah, they're also more reliable, I think, and more disposable. There's a little something that's frustrating me in the repair industry, which is this confusion over repairability versus affordability. If you want to be able to repair something, you're going to need to pay more for it. Right out of the gate, it's going to cost you more. If you want a framework laptop, you'll spend more for that laptop than any other laptop with similar specs. I don't think there's a more expensive way to buy a laptop. But in exchange, you get to spend more money in the future to repair it because it's repairable. On the other hand, I can buy 3 laptops and every time one breaks out of warranty, replace it with a brand new one before I meet the cost of your framework laptop that had 1 repair. The idea of repairability goes against affordability. The idea that by repairing it, I'm saving money doesn't work anymore unless it's a really super expensive item. If you buy a $400 laptop and out of warranty, you're trying to find replacement parts and there are no replacement parts, the replacement part is a $400 laptop. That's it. I don't know what people are thinking. How can you compare a $400 laptop to a $1,400 laptop and think they should be the same? They're built completely differently. And then you've got this old school mentality. I want my RAM socketed. You don't need RAM socketed anymore. That's old fashioned. Well, then how do you do the upgrade, Mr. So-and-so? You don't need to. Those days are over now. For most of us, it doesn't matter. If you get, my laptop is a Samsung Galaxy Book 3 that has 32 gigs of soldered on memory. I want soldered on memory. It's cheaper, it's more reliable, it allows the computer to be thinner. And if I need more memory, it's just pulling it off the NVMe drive. It's fast. You never just run out of memory. It just uses the NVMe drive. I have a fast Gen 4, 4 terabyte Western Digital NVMe drive. If I need 64 gigs of memory, it just pulls it off the drive. That is so old-fashioned. And to see people writing articles about Why older laptops are superior. Why having socketable RAM. Socketable RAM is like saying having a manual transmission is superior to an automatic transmission. Are you insane? Now, there's always exceptions. There are automatic transmissions that can shift way faster than any human can, that have more gears and better fuel efficiency than you will ever have on a stick shift, on a manual transmission. You might say, well, I like the control of a manual. Once again, that's old-fashioned. You don't need to control an automatic. A modern automatic will shift smoother, give you better gas mileage, give you more gears, and you don't deal with a clutch that's going to wear out. You don't deal with being on a steep hill. But you might have a little sports car, and you say, well, geez, Carey, having a real sports car isn't a real sports car if it's an automatic transmission. Okay, I mean, that's your philosophy. That's fine. But there's plenty of real sports cars like Corvettes that have automatic transmissions that'll smoke anybody with a manual transmission in the exact same car on a quarter-mile drag strip. The automatic will beat it every time. So it's frustrating when I see like PC World magazine publish how important it is to make sure the laptop you're buying has socketable RAM, because you should pay more for the laptop, is what they're saying, so that you can upgrade it, which you should never need to do anymore these days for old reasons that don't exist. So you can have a thicker laptop with slower RAM and pay more for it. That's what the article, like, I wish I could write a counter article to what PC World has been posting lately. I could post the exact opposite and say, here's why they're wrong, and take every point they're making and flip it the other way and go, well, 20 years ago I would have agreed with you, but today this doesn't apply anymore. This is clearly written by somebody living in the past who is refusing to embrace what is modern and is better, and they won't see it that way because they learned this is better 20 years ago. Well, it's not 20 years ago anymore. And if you want to live in the past, you're allowed to. But when you're writing articles encouraging other people to live in the past, the only past I want to live in is when people used to respect each other and not discuss politics and religion publicly. That was considered uncouth. It was considered inappropriate. Now they do it, and all they do is get angry at each other for doing something they didn't need to do. That's the past I want to go back to. But as far as technology, engines, cars, fuel efficiency, modern technology and computers and operating systems, it's never been better than it is today. That's why we're not seeing any questions. Look, give me old-fashioned ice cream, you know? Get me handmade goods from a small employee, a small business, rather than some corporate manufactured junk. If there's a chain restaurant I can eat at, or a mom and pop restaurant I can eat at, and if I go to that mom and pop restaurant and they're not just reheating frozen foods, but they're actually hand making from scratch many, if not all, of the menu items, I can almost guarantee you their food's going to be better. And I'd rather give my money to them than give it to a faceless, soulless corporation. But there are some mom and pops that are really cheap, and they're trying to cut corners, and they're serving expired food, and they're buying things frozen and just throwing it in a deep fryer. I can do that at home. I don't want to go to that business. But where there's real pride and you know, craftsmanship, I would much prefer to give that business my business. I bet you don't like the Neo. Well, I don't like any Apple products. I mean, it's a safe bet to say if it's got the word Apple on it, I don't like it. But if I took my Samsung phone and I put it into a laptop case and told you that this is a discounted laptop, and you believe me, that's all Apple did. They go, well, how do you explain the performance? It performs the same as the phone. What is it, the A18 or whatever the chip is? They go, well, it runs faster. Well, that's because Apple wrote the software for Apple's chip, so the software has been optimized. If Microsoft wrote the software for Windows, specifically optimized it, which they haven't done, you'd get better performance out of Intel and AMD x86 chips if Microsoft would optimize the code. You think the games you play need to be this big? It takes time, and that takes money to optimize the code. It's easier to tell you, just get more memory and a faster video card to solve your frame rate issues. They don't care. Oh, your frame rates aren't fast enough? Your frame rates aren't fast enough because they didn't optimize the code. So by telling you need more RAM, more storage, or better video card, that's their way of telling you, we did not optimize our code, so you have to pay for that performance. We're not going to pay for it. We're not going to spend money that we don't have to spend. We're here to sell you things. Apple is a software company, so Apple writes their own operating system. And if you do your research and you look at the M1 chip's performance when it first came out, it was terrible. Terrible. But then they optimized the code, and all of a sudden this terrible chip was a good chip. It's the same chip. Yeah. So, yeah, you're right. I don't like the Neo. I'm not that dumb. Just because you put a cell phone into a bigger screen with a keyboard doesn't mean it's a cheap laptop. It's still a phone. Apple makes tablets. You could get an iPad and attach a keyboard to it with the same processor and get the same performance. I just think Apple's a very greedy company. That $599 laptop should be about $499, maybe $399. But Apple will never price themselves that low. But you get what you pay for with regards to Apple products, right? So when Apple wants to charge you an extra $200 for RAM, when you could have bought that RAM for $50, the greed Apple has is just it upsets me in a very deep, deep level. And the deception now that they've put a cell phone into a laptop and now they're selling it as a cheap laptop. Wow, look how cheap this Apple laptop is. It's a phone. Come on. So at the end of the day, if it meets your needs and you like Apple products, I suppose it's one of the best values that Apple sells, but it is not what they make it out to be in their marketing. It's not new. It's just repurposed. It's they took something they already had and they put it in a different package. I don't know what you call that, but to me it's recycling, but I don't know. But that's just my personal feelings. You say you don't mind it's not upgradable. No. Nobody upgrades any. When I say nobody, in my professional business, like I don't know, do you run a business? Are you a professional computer technician? Because I've been doing this for 35 years now. Upgrades were very popular 30 years ago when the technology was advancing on both hardware and software levels, when there wasn't such a thing as Wi-Fi and you wanted Wi-Fi, and there was not such a thing as USB and you wanted USB. When there wasn't such a thing as HDMI, people wanted to upgrade. But all of that's leveled off now. And for what it costs to buy a new unit, it's oftentimes cheaper and more cost-effective to replace a unit than it is to repair. Unless what you bought is very high-end, which most people are not buying. Most people buy, just go to Best Buy and just watch. People buy the cheapest thing. Well, that thing is in warranty, you're not paying for the repair. But the minute that goes out of warranty and it breaks, you will quickly learn that it is cheaper and faster for you to just buy another cheap unit than to go through the hassle and the expense of getting it repaired. I can't think of any reason why anybody upgrades anything anymore. When it comes to new technology, what's new? If you have a computer from 10 years ago, it likely runs Windows 11 just fine. There's no reason to upgrade it. We have machines running Windows 11 that are 8th generation machines from Intel. How old are those? 9 or 10 years old? They work fine. So I just think that this is an old school mentality. What are you upgrading? Give me an example today what you would upgrade. Because my phone's not ringing for upgrades the way it used to. So it's not like I just have me looking at the world through my own little rose-colored glasses. I can tell you what customers are calling for. I can tell you what they called for 10 years ago, and 10 years before that, and 10 years before that. And it's changed. And the business I used to do 30 years ago is not the same business I do today. Not because I woke up and decided this was my attitude. I'm responding to what customer demands are, and I'm accommodating what customer demands are in order to stay in business. I have a business to lose. I can't just wake up in the morning and feel a certain way. I don't have that benefit that you might have, and I suspect you do, unless I don't care about my business anymore. So I'm not making things up. This isn't based on my feelings. It's based on real world computer technical work that I use to survive, and I don't want to go out of business. So I'm not going to push people for upgrades when they don't want them. What do the people want? That's my job. Mac OS isn't on the laptop, but iOS is. iOS and Mac OS aren't that far apart. So the chip that is on that iOS is coded for is the same chip Mac OS is coded for. It's the same code. It's the size of it. So again, the performance, if you just Google the performance between what is an iPhone 16 Pro versus the MacBook Neo, go look it up. Tell me what it says. Look at the CPU benchmarks. Look at all the benchmarks. It's the same chip. What do you think's going to happen? Well, it's in a different package. If I put on a different shirt, do I become somebody else? That's not Carey anymore. It changed clothes. It's totally different now. Johnny Weld said he's got a 9700K. Who cares if it's a cell phone CPU if it gets the same job done? Well, I mean, that's a fair point, right? If what's under the hood, like if you say, I've got a 700 horsepower Dodge Hellcat, and I say, I've got a 140 horsepower Honda Civic or whatever, we're both getting in the same traffic. We're both going to work. We're both using the car to do the same things, right? Because you have different values than me, if you feel that paying that much money to Apple to get such little in return is a value, then you and I don't share the same values. You're not going to change my values, and I'm not going to change yours, but I will explain my answers to you the best I can, help you understand my perspective. My goal is not to get you to agree with me. It never has been. My goal is to offer you a perspective that you may not have considered and that you may not like. That's it. I don't care if you like it or agree with it. That's not what my goal was. My perspective is as valid as yours. We're not an Apple channel. We don't talk about Apple products. We don't promote them. We don't review them. I don't service them. In my 35 years, I've never worked on one Apple product. Not one. It's my choice as a business owner. I don't want to do it. There are other business owners that don't work on Windows products. All they work on is Apple products. I'm not here to change their mind. So for the exchange of discussion and ideas and perspectives, the benefit is in respecting other people's opinions. Whether or not you agree with them, it doesn't matter. Unless you're my boss or my customer, who cares? As long as my customers are happy and I can stay in business, that's my priority. And if you have customers, you'll understand that. If you're just a home user, you may not get it, but it's still a choice whether or not you choose to respect other people's opinions, even if you don't agree with them. So I'm coming from a place of authority in the sense that I have a business to run and customers to answer to. I don't know where you come from. I don't know you. So that could make a big difference, though. You know, we found out you're somebody who has a business where you service clientele that you're held accountable to, and the decisions you make are going to be reflected upon you that could jeopardize your ability to earn an income or improve it, then what you would have to say on that particular matter would carry more weight. So we're not on equal ground here, in the sense that I make it very clear, and you can Google me and you can look up my verifiable history in this industry to what I'm saying, but I can't do the same for you. So anybody just making claims is noise, because that's freedom of speech. It's freedom to lie or freedom to ignore facts because it offends your feelings. I don't know if any of that applies. I know nothing about you. And, you know, like I said, if Mr. Beast wants to jump on my channel and tell me how to make videos, I'm going to listen very intently to all of his advice. So the source of the information is important to me on whether or not it's a valid concern. Otherwise, it's just an opinion. Everybody's got them and everybody's entitled to them. And I mean, if you want to buy a MacBook, a Mac Neo or an Apple Neo, and you think it's the greatest thing, that's great. I'm not telling you not to. I'm telling you I won't. And I'm telling you from my perspective, I think it's a scam. I think they just repackaged something in different clothes and they're selling it like it's, and people are believing it. They're buying in, they're drinking the Kool-Aid. And you know what? Have a second helping. I don't care. It doesn't change anything. I'm not being punished. If you want to defend something, it doesn't cost me anything. Or if you want to agree with me, I don't make any money if you agree with me. It changes nothing in the world. So you keep doing you. That's all I'm trying to say. Don't worry about if anybody agrees with you. Mark Chambers wants to know, do you think with the cost increases, your customers will keep hardware longer? Customers have been keeping hardware longer in general. I've had to tell customers, hey, you know, I've got a build sticker on this computer. It says 2015 on it. Or, you know, I was doing this in 2019 or 2018. I go into the office, I see the computer's 4 or 5 years old on the build date, and I tell the customer, you should consider replacing this computer and that computer because they're at or over 5 years old or nearing 5 years old. And while they work great and there's nothing wrong with them, the RAM they use we can't get anymore. We can't find replacement boards for it anymore. They just don't make this stuff anymore. If we go on eBay and buy something, it'll take longer to get it. It may not work. It's a risk, and if I were you, I would suggest start planning to replace those machines or upgrading those machines to brand new parts. So when I say upgrade, I'm talking the whole thing. New power supply, new motherboard, new processor, new cooler, new RAM, new storage, fresh OS install. What we're really doing is just keeping the case, the monitor, the keyboard, and the mouse. We can keep all that. So when I say upgrade, it's very different. And I just tell the business owner, hey, nothing you need to do today, but maybe by the end of the year, you know, in the next 12 months, we should make some plans to get these machines upgraded, effectively replaced, just based on age. And that's been happening for quite some time, long before the price increase. Customers are like, really? I think it's running great. Oh, it is. It is running great. But for me to be able to maintain it and be able to help you quickly, we need to make sure that we're kept current. So current to me is every 5 years. If you have a router or a modem that's over 5 years old, you watching this, I think you should replace it. You don't have to replace it right now, but it should be on your calendar to get around to it. Like when you can afford it and when it's convenient, you can schedule it. Because if you just keep it until it breaks, you're going to pay whatever you have to get back up online. And you're going to deal with it probably at the worst possible time. But if you control it and you replace it, that means it gives you time to shop around and you decide when you're going to take the time to replace it and be down for a little bit while you do the work. If your modem or your router is provided by your ISP and it's over 5 years old, I would contact your ISP and find out if a newer one is available, because it's free at no charge, but only if you ask. So stuff like that. And the cost of hardware has nothing at all to do with any of this. It never has. So no, I don't believe the cost of hardware is causing customers to keep anything any longer. It's never, the cost of hardware hasn't gone up that much. Honestly, it's gone down. What my customers and what you are paying for computers today is still cheaper than what you were paying for computers 10, 15, 20 years ago. You're getting way more for your money. The idea that it costs more is an illusion. You got used to it being a very low price on RAM and storage. But that doesn't mean it was the right price, or it doesn't mean that the prices today are not fair. Now, when you can't get the parts anymore at any price, then let's talk. But price adjustments is like saying, are people driving less because the price of gas has gone up? I can't tell, because we drove across town the other day and it looked like everybody in Phoenix was on the road in both directions, and on every side road it was just a sea of cars as far as the eye can see. So you can hear about, oh, people are complaining about the price of gas, but yet the roads are just choked with vehicles, choked. So apparently the price of gas isn't too high yet. It's like you're sitting there eating a steak going, can you believe the price of steak? Is anybody still buying steak? That's what it looks like. All these people online complaining about how the prices are too much, and yet there doesn't seem to be any shortage of people having stuff. Nobody's like going, oh, I wish I could get a computer. It's not like I can't buy groceries, you know. I'm gonna have to go live out in the street. It costs a little more. So what? So does gas. So does everything. Can you tell me where prices have come down? When you pay for milk or eggs, groceries in general, a bag of potato chips? You're telling me a bag of potato chips for $8 is a reasonable price? That's way too expensive. And by the way, you know, here I am. If people want it, they pay for it. And if they don't want it, they don't pay for it. It's not changed. Because even when that bag of chips was $4, they were saying it's too much. And when it was $2, they said it was too much. And yet, they keep selling chips. So, there's what people say, and then they're just looking around you. People are saying, price of gas is too high, but everybody's driving. Which one is it? I'm going to say it's the reality, not the words. So until that reality changes, it's all just dogs barking. Bark, 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 bark. It's changing nothing. When I see the behavior change, then I'll believe that there's something to be dealt with. Other than that, it's a mental state. It seems to be almost an infection spread across social media. But you get off of social media and go look outside, it's two different worlds, my friend. Johnny says, people are people, Carey. Yeah, but people behave differently on social media than they do in reality, generally. Johnny Welch says, AMD or Intel? If I want to play games, AMD. If I want to get work done, Intel. But at the end of the day, it's what my customer wants. If my customer wants AMD, my customer gets AMD. If my customer wants Intel, look, if I pull into, let's say I own a gas station and I got 3 grades of gas. I got regular octane, high octane, and I got diesel. I don't give a rat's behind which one you want to buy. I'm just there to sell gas. You get it? I'm not loyal to 83 octane. I don't care. Buy whichever one you want. I'm happy to sell it to you. But I can tell you, I do not have a business client of any size that wants an AMD processor. For whatever reason, my clients do not want AMD. Even if it's one person working as a real estate agent from their house, they don't want an AMD processor. And yet, for consumers, I have some folks who like to play games who absolutely refuse to buy an Intel processor. These aren't my choices, these are my observations. And while there may be an exception, in the case of businesses, I have no exceptions. There is not a single business client I have or have ever had in my entire, well, I shouldn't say that. In the last 20 years, it's strictly Intel. And my customers, on more than one occasion, when we talk about upgrading and replacing computers, and I say, you know, I ask, do you want Intel or AMD? They know exactly what I'm asking. They don't ask for an explanation. I don't have to explain what AMD is. They already know, and they flat out tell me, no AMD, don't even ask us that question again. I have one client that said, look, I'm loyal to businesses. This one particular client comes to mind, and there's many clients I've had a similar conversation with that have specifically stated under no circumstances will we have AMD. Now, I don't need to know why. It's none of my business. I'm not there to tell them they're wrong. That's not my job. I'm there to provide what they want. It's like a children's thing to go, oh, I got AMD. Do you have AMD? Oh, good, you're like me. That's very childish. What do you care what somebody else has? But regardless, I don't have a preference personally, except if you look at the machines that I use in real life, like this is an Intel, this is an Intel. Most of the machines I have here, well, the machines we build are about 50-50. Some are Intel, some are AMD. My Samsung Galaxy Book 3 is Intel. But these machines over here that are off camera, these are all AMDs over here. But I'm not using those, am I? I'm using, when it comes to my choice and I'm trying to get work done, my preference is Intel. But my preference used to be AMD. When the AMD XP Athlon was out, it was a much better value and a much better processor than Intel. But when Intel came out with the Core Duo, well, AMD's been hard pressed. Except in gaming, they've been hard pressed to keep up. So they both have problems. Intel's had processors burning up. AMD's got processors burning up even to this day, especially on ASRock boards. Neither one of them, I think, is superior. So again, it doesn't matter to me. But for me personally, primarily I use Intel stuff. But the previous streamer we had before this, we had the big red and black build. That's a 9750 X3D. They work exactly the same. So again, I'm just telling you what customers tell me. But I was telling you that one customer that when I asked him AMD or Intel, do you want me to price them both and you can make a decision? He goes, no, never, never. He said, I am loyal. I'm just a loyal person. It's just how I am. If you look out in the parking lot, I drive a Cadillac. My whole life, all I drive are Cadillacs. I've never owned any other manufacturer of car, and I never will. Whenever I replace my Cadillac, I replace it with another Cadillac, and I will do that to the day I die. So when I tell you I want Intel, it's not because I think Intel's a better value or Intel's a better chip. I have no reason to move away from Intel. They've never wronged me. I'm going to stick with what I know, then experiment with somebody else who might let me down. And I will remain loyal to Intel forever. So you never need to ask me that question again. Anytime we need PCs, we want Intels. And anytime I'm going to buy a car, it's going to be a Cadillac. There's people that feel that way. I don't care. If somebody has a preference, it is not my purpose to change their mind. My job is to deliver what they want. And if I'm not doing that, I need to get out of this line of work. Period. You want a gaming machine, and you want AMD, I'm happy to build it for you. I don't care. It doesn't build any differently. It's not really any less reliable, and there's really not much price difference. I honestly don't care. I'm just telling you, I do not have a business client in the last 20 years with a computer running an AMD processor. I mean, you can conclude from that whatever you want to. That's fact. That is verifiable fact. I'm assuming the reason why, but I really don't know the reason why, and I don't much care. If they want Intel, they get Intel. If they're a business and they want AMD, I'll sell them AMD. They just don't want it. I don't have a single business client that wants it, and they've all been asked. So there you go. Andy says, sometimes consumers are smarter than businesses when it comes to computer buying. Intel has a better business reputation. I wouldn't say consumers are smarter than businesses. Businesses make sacrifices because a computer for a business is likely a very temporary tool. So a business might say, we need 1,000 of these computers. Now, do we want to build them ourselves? What's the most cost-effective way? And for a lot of businesses, it's leasing, because you're only going to have the computers for a few years. In order for the business to stay productive and to keep your employees productive, the maintenance, upgradability, all of that matters less to a business than overall cost of ownership. So if a business can lease 1,000 computers and then replace them in 3 years, I don't know that a consumer is being smarter, because the computer that a consumer is going to buy, they might keep it 6 or 10 years. They're under different, like let's say you want to go to Best Buy and you want to buy a computer that meets your individual values. That could be upgradability, which again, I think that ship has sailed, but to each their own. Pricing, warranty, availability, features. And you alone, or maybe you and somebody in the family make that decision together. But let's say you are a corporation and you have investor money, and you have to answer to your investors on how you're spending that money. You don't get to make the decision by yourself. It's not your money. The money belongs to the stockholders. So, at least on a publicly held corporation, you're going to have meetings, and those meetings are going to involve multiple people, all with different values, all looking out for what's best for the company financially. And that involves a lot of factors consumers don't have. And these decisions could be meetings after meetings that take months before finally they get voted on and approved for a purchase of that size to replace 1,000 computers, and negotiating with a vendor for delivery times, prices, specifications. And you're going to repeat this process about every 3 years. When you have a fiduciary duty to your shareholders to spend their money in the way that's going to invest for the best financial return for the investors. That's usually how businesses buy computers, or anything else a business is investing in. A consumer isn't necessarily investing so much as they're spending. So we have two very different things that really shouldn't be compared, because we're not buying under the same conditions. A consumer very rarely is spending somebody else's money. Art Chambers says, look how many i5 class series of chips get sold to HP and Dell over AMD processing. Yeah, again, it depends who you mark. I don't think it makes one better than the other. I think there's too many people that tend to be absolutists. It's got to be one way or the other. I don't like to live in a black and white world. I don't want to live in a black and white world. It sounds boring and something I don't wish to participate in. I love shades of gray. I love the idea that it's not just on or off. I love the idea that there's an infinite number between 0 and 1. That allows us to be unique. It allows us to be individuals. It allows us to solve our problems with our values. And that doesn't force us to conform, such as, we'll say, communism, where everybody lives in the same apartment. Yeah, everybody, there's an apartment block. Like if you look at Soviet Russia and you see these apartment blocks, everything is the same. Everybody has the same car. Everything is the same. Everybody is equal. Unless you're in the upper echelon, which is, you know, a small percentage, you're stuck with no way out. I love the idea that if you wish to make the sacrifice and put the work in, you can have more than somebody else. But that doesn't necessarily happen in communism, where everybody gets the same. So you're working hard, and this guy over here, he's doing nothing all day, and you both get the exact same. That's messed up. So I feel like, I guess it depends. If you're the guy doing nothing, you probably think the world's pretty good. But I would much prefer to have the opportunity to get off my butt and do something, and to do it my way, and to succeed at it, even though there may be nobody else on the planet who does it the way I do it, all the better. So I don't think it's got to be Intel versus AMD, or one's got to be better than the other. It's whether or not it's better for you. That's all. Whether or not it's better for anybody else is really none of your business. And if you find a bunch of people that agree with you, it doesn't mean you're all suddenly factually right. It just means you all agree on something. You could all agree it's raining outside, but it's 106 degrees outside and there's no sign of rain. But you could find a group of people that you all agree it's raining. You can go knock yourself out. Have fun with that. I'm not participating in that. Allie's Hit says, I heard you say you won't support an AMD computer for customers. No, you never heard me say that. You also heard I'm 10 feet tall and I weigh 4,000 pounds. It's ridiculous. I heard you say that you like to eat dirt and worms, and you prefer living outdoors, and you like to wear shoes that are 4 sizes too small. That's what I heard you say. Sure, why not? Freedom of speech. You just make stuff up now. Obviously, red cars are better than blue cars, because look how many more red cars are sold. And this is the kind of logic people use online. Just because more people do something doesn't make it factually and scientifically better. It's just a personal preference. And obviously, some people will share one preference more than a different preference. That doesn't mean the preference most people share is factually better. It's just a preference. One preference has to outweigh others, right? As far as like how common it is or how many people choose it. But that has nothing to do with it being scientifically or factually better. It's just more common. But, you know, something being common isn't necessarily good. Like the common cold. I would prefer to not have one, thank you. Bikeman said, Intel and AMD each have strengths and weaknesses, and customers have their preferences on what they like, yeah, just like everything else. It's like if you prefer steak or chicken or fish, lamb, whatever floats your boat, have at it. Whether or not anybody agrees with you suggests to me that you lack any confidence in your own beliefs. Because if you know what you believe to be true, nothing anybody can say to you can change the truth. In other words, I know my own experience. You can't tell me I did not have an experience I had. That's preposterous. It's gaslighting. You can say it all day long, but you might as well say I'm 10 feet tall and 4,000 pounds. I mean, why stop there? It doesn't change anything. I don't suddenly become 10 feet tall and 4,000 pounds. But you can say it. Try it and see how that works out for you. Hales Hit said that were in Threadripper bill. I don't know what you're talking about. You're just making stuff up, buddy. See, when you want to make stuff up, probably going to ban you from the channel. If you're making claims that I said things I never said, then you're acting like a child. You're remembering something wrong. You're confusing me with somebody else. I don't know where you pulled that information from. If you've got a video clip of me saying that, there's clearly some context you didn't listen to, because I've never said that. When the Threadripper chip initially came out, there were a lot of compatibility problems. I couldn't solve them. The chip was brand new. And I'm just imagining, like, in what circumstance would I say I wouldn't support anything? You could go back to the X99 on the Intel side, where it was nothing but a nightmare. I hate the X99 chipset from Intel. And that original Threadripper build was a struggle, but it wasn't my fault that the chip was new and the RAM compatibility was bad, and trying to get it cooled was a nightmare. But when we did the second one, it went super easy. So, and then what was after X99? Any first generation stuff, you know, brand new technology, especially early on, I'm not ready to support it because I don't have the means. So if that's what you're referring to, then you've removed all the context. I never said anybody who buys a Threadripper will never get supported. I never said that. But hey, don't let that stop you from making stuff up. Andy says he's looking forward to the K1 review. Is it still on for Sunday? Yes, in fact, we have our friends over at Ace Magic had, you know, we hadn't heard from them for a while, and then they sent us, what did we get? Was it the M1? And then we got the M5, and then we got the K1. And the reason is we have 3 different pricing tiers. We've got budget, mid-range, and high-end. So I want to say the M5 was the high-end version. It's like a $750 14900 HX, if I recall. And then the mid-range was, I believe, the M1, if I'm remembering correctly, which is around a $450, $500. And then it's like, well, what about the budget? What about people that, you know, still looking for more of an entry level at a cheaper price? Well, Ace Magic has made the K1 now for, I don't know, 5, 6 years. But what they're doing is they're changing the chip on it. But it's still an entry level chip. And I mention this because if you look up the K1, you'll see there's all different kinds of variations. And I'm not sure which variation they sent us because it's still sealed up in the box. So this Sunday, we're going to do the unboxing and initial review of the K1, but it is a budget machine. So I'm not expecting any record breakers here. What I'm looking for is a good value. Now, budget machines were around 150 bucks or something. These days now, a budget machine starts a little over 250. They've gone up by about 100 bucks. And if you want a little bit more RAM or a little bit more storage or a little bit better quality, 300. I'd say about $300. Between $250 and $300 is a pretty well going rate for a decent budget mini PC. Now, just out of curiosity, if I look over at Amazon, how much is the K1? I want to say it should fall in there if I'm remembering correctly. $289. I see one for $349, but that's decked out with 16 gigs of RAM and a terabyte of storage, which is, you know, do the math on that one. It looks like they have a K1 here at $259. Yeah, so they still have budget machines. It's just the definition of budget has changed slightly, right? And now we're looking at about $100 more than they used to be because of RAM and SSD pricing, but still very much affordable. So yeah, Sunday we'll be back. I don't have anything scheduled for tomorrow. And on Sunday we do the Ace Magic K1 and we'll unbox it. We'll figure out if it's Intel or AMD or what it is. And then, because they make them both ways. And then Monday we're back to members only video again for our members. And then I've got some feelers out for inviting some guests on the show, which are still up in the air right now. So also, I got news that the ARC KVM that I had pre-ordered on Kickstarter, I backed this KVM project, those all shipped out as of yesterday. So even though I don't have any tracking information yet, the people at ARC KVM said, give it a few days. Everybody that was on Kickstarter that's provided us, you know, their updated address information, you know, confirmed your address. We've already shipped everything. We've sent it to the company that does all the distribution. So then, depending on which country it's going to, it goes through different shippers. And once that happens, then you'll get your tracking information. So I'm looking forward to reviewing yet another KVM. This is brand new. I don't expect it to be perfect. It should be a little rough around the edges, but I'm curious, and things are slow, and it was inexpensive. It was like $100, and I'm looking forward to receiving it. Now, is that coming in this week? Probably not, but it could. Who knows? So whenever we get that, that'll be a review. And then we're supposed to be getting the M1 from Minis Forum, but I don't think we're going to get that for a month. And Minis Forum has announced they are going to raise the prices on all their computers because the price of RAM and storage keeps going up. And I think they said the price change takes effect next month. Hold on, let me check a couple things. First of all, I got to think about what this computer's called. Minis Forum has so many different. Is it the Minis Forum G1? I can't remember the name of it. Here it is. Minis Forum G1 Pro. This is a AMD Ryzen 9 8945HX with 32 gigs of DDR5 and a 1 terabyte Gen 4 SSD that includes an RTX 5060 graphics card built into it. I ordered this from Amazon, I think on February 18th. So I've already waited over a month, and Amazon hasn't charged me for it, and they haven't. That's the one thing about ordering from Amazon is they, you know, you get your total and a receipt, but I won't see this charge come through my payment method, my credit card, until it ships. So I always have to make sure that that's not going to fail my credit card. If I charge my card up and I don't have that much remaining on it, I'm in trouble. But you know, this says free delivery at the end of March. So who knows? Maybe the estimated delivery date I saw is inaccurate. I hope it's wrong because it's saying this time April. But you know, again, this if this shows up the end of this month or whenever, I'm going to be doing a video on it right away. And this is, you know, a unique design. I've never seen anything like this from Minisforum before. The closest thing would be like the G7, but the G7 is still made. So the G7 is the book-looking thing, and it's kind of similar. You're looking at an Intel base instead of AMD with a 14900, and the graphics are an RTX 5070, and a little bit higher of a price, but it uses that same form factor as the i7 Nook X and the what was it called? There's been 3 models of this so far. Was it the G7 before? I don't remember, but that's a very familiar form factor. We've seen this twice before. So I'm not as excited about this model, only because the case design is very similar to the 2 models that preceded it. Anyway, I was going to look up Minisforum's price increase to see if they're talking about that on their website. Ah, and there's the G7 right there. How about if I just type in Minisforum price increase? Let's get rid of the HTTP. Let's see. Yeah, same as everybody else. Let's see, when did the price changes take effect? Dear Minisforum partners, thank you for your trust and support. It's because of every user's support we can continue to innovate in the mini PC field and bring high quality products to everyone. We want to openly communicate an industry challenge we're all facing, a continued increase in global pricing for raw materials and key components, which has caused manufacturing costs to rise significantly. After multiple rounds of internal valuation and cost absorption, we were left with 2 choices. We either maintain low prices but sacrifice quality, or we adjust prices appropriately while ensuring product experience. So what does this mean? Bare-bone models will not be affected. So in other words, what the materials are referring to is SSD and RAM costs. So if you continue to order a Minisforum bare-bone unit, the price won't change. But if it's coming with memory and storage installed, then because their costs on this stuff are going up like everybody else, they have to make a price adjustment. Well, geez, that was a long time ago. That was November 7th. So this may be the second time they've done this. Let me see. Let's go back to our search. The reason I want to bring it up is I think Minisforum's got a sale going on. And these prices, my understanding, the price increase is taking effect next month. So if you want to order something, it'll be cheaper for you to order it this month. Let me just verify that I'm remembering this correctly. Minisforum price increase. And let's type in 2026. Yeah, the price increases began in late 2025. Predicting further rises of between $25 to $50 per machine. See, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it hasn't taken effect yet. I want to say next month is when they're kind of warning you. They're just saying, hey, look, we're going to be raising our prices in a couple weeks, so if you want a cheaper price, order now. But it's not high pressure sales. You don't want to order, don't order. Yeah, here's the spring sale. So they have their spring sale going on right now. It just started. There's 11 days left. I suspect after this is likely when we're going to see the price increase. If I had to guess, that's probably when it is. So just so you know, they're not immune from it like anybody else. I am interested in, sometimes they have like a press room. See that here. Contact us. Blog, maybe it's under the blog. Well, this was published recently. Yeah, so that's the official announcement. I swear they said when they were going to do a price adjustment, I'd swear it said April. Yeah, we're probably in this for another year. Is what I'm reading is predicted summer of 2027. Let's hope they're wrong and we'll get through this sooner than that. But yeah, sort of like the pandemic all over again, where it was a couple of years. I mean, unless something unexpected occurs in the AI industry where companies collapse, and that expedites us to companies combining their resources and not hoarding everything like they're doing now, that could change things pretty quickly. But if that doesn't happen, yeah, a year sounds about right to me. And it'll just continue to grow a little bit every few months in price as the parts become harder and harder to get. Supply and demand. If supply keeps being much larger, I'm sorry, if demand is so much larger than supply and continues to grow while supply doesn't, it's going to get worse and prices are going to get more until supply and demand realign. So it's not forever. It's just until things change. And again, the prediction that I'm reading that I think sounds right, but I could be wrong. Nobody really knows, but probably summer of 27 is a reasonable expectation in my belief. So either sit tight for a year or buy it now, because it's only going to cost you more than likely, until summer of 2027. The more time goes on, the more expensive it's going to get, or until something drastic happens in the industry that changes the current momentum, which, you know, could change at any time. Who is the target market for mini PCs? Anybody that wants a computer at home. It's sort of like saying, who is the target market for a car in 1895 when there were very little roads? Or who is the target for a home computer? If you go to YouTube and ask home computers will never become a thing, like home computers there will never be home computers, you'll find interviews and news where they're talking to people where they're like, yeah, there might be a need for like 3 home computers, because they didn't know any better, right? So because you don't know any better, you don't have the experience to understand. But when you buy a mini PC, you'll get it and you'll understand who it's for. That's the best way I can explain it. Somebody once told me, they said, I noticed they didn't have a car. And I said, you don't have a car? And they said, no. Why would I have a car? I don't go anywhere. I said, well, you don't go anywhere because you don't have a car. I think you got it backwards. I've got clients that, I mean, up until a few years ago anyway, they were on dial-up. They were still using Juno. I hadn't seen that in years. I go, you use Juno now? Oh, yeah, I don't use the internet for anything, so why do I need to pay for an internet service? I go, you don't use the internet because you have Juno. If you had a high speed, you'd use it a lot more. You don't understand a mini PC because you never owned one. That's what I can tell you. And I don't even know you, but clearly you've never owned one. So when you get one, you'll understand. And you likely won't go back to a desktop again. Unless you have some very special needs, like very special requirements, or you're a gamer and you've just, mini PCs are just too cheap for you. But even on the gaming side, I mean, mini PCs are much better value. Those two I showed you with the 5060 and the 5070, you couldn't put a desktop together that cheap, similarly equipped. So who aren't they for? People who just, I don't know, people with special needs. And the budgets to see it through would be my guess. Because I can't see any reason, there's no reason to have a desktop computer anymore. For me, or even many of my businesses, they don't need them. We've been slowly converting most of them over to mini PCs. It's cheaper, costs less money to run, takes up less space. I don't know why you wouldn't. Andy said, yes, the spring sale, the prices go up in April. All right, thank you, Andy. Andy said the AberZ XG1 is the best deal on Minis Forum right now. That's a good machine. Yeah, agreed. I sound like Chit. Yeah, yeah. You ever watch Chit, C-H-I-T? Go on YouTube. Stupid funny. What if this continues over the next 10 years? What if you die in the next 3 weeks? Who cares? You know, as I mentioned, necessity is the mother of invention. So if there's money to be made, then there's going to be hordes of people jumping onto the bandwagon to make that money. So if, for example, we find out that there's gold in the hills of California, what are the odds people are going to move out to California and start digging for gold? You've done your history, right? If somebody is making something, and it's successful, how long before someone steals their idea and starts making a knockoff product? Just search on YouTube for knockoff products. If RAM companies are not making enough RAM to sell to consumers, then some of these consumers are going to start their own RAM company so they can make that. They're going to, when there's a problem in your life, maybe 1% of us will actually get off our butt and do something, and they become Corsair. They become Mushkin. How do you think these companies started? Do you think that it was just bestowed upon the Lord and Savior? Someone got off their butt and made it happen. They were motivated and saw an opportunity. So do you think for 10 years people are going to ignore an opportunity where they could become multimillionaires? So yeah, I mean, if you can give me an example of this in your lifetime where something was so popular you couldn't get it again for 10 years, just name one thing. It doesn't exist. That's the great thing about the marketplace. The marketplace will respond in accordance to what the consumers are buying. The marketplace doesn't care about your e-waste. If you're buying it, that's your e-waste, not theirs. You stop buying it, they'll stop making it. So don't sit there and buy e-waste and then complain it's e-waste. You're the one who did it. Not the manufacturer's fault, you keep buying it. At the same time, if you're not buying, then the manufacturers don't want to sell it to you. So if people were buying a lot of butter and then they said, oh, margarine is safer in the 70s, and oh, the butter industry is, you know, butter's not good for you and margarine's much better. And then the butter lobby the dairy lobby, they then come back with a campaign about all the chemicals in margarine and how that's bad for you. You look at a product like, I can't believe it's not butter. How is that still a thing? So just in the 1970s, we were told butter is great. Then we were told butter is the worst thing you could eat. You should be eating margarine instead. And you'd have to be stupid to eat butter and not care about yourself. And then came back again and said, margarine's actually worse for you than butter is. Butter's much, much healthier. And now when you go to the grocery store, there's butter and margarine and nobody talks about it anymore. It's like, this was for a decade, for the 1970s, constantly in the news and up for debate. And scientists couldn't agree, and nobody really knows. So if you're in the market to sell butter, butter's better. And if you're in the market to sell margarine, then you'll convince people margarine's better. But at the end of the day, what you believe is all that matters for what purchase decisions you make and whatever consequences that holds. Until it's scientifically proven that one is better than the other, just a preference. And it'll probably change again. You shouldn't drink alcohol. Well, you should have 1 glass of wine a day. No, you shouldn't even do that. Yeah. How many times did the cigarette lobby stand in front of Congress and say cigarettes are not addictive, boldly lying right to the faces of Congress with the news media covering them? Man, don't let the world manipulate you, is all I'm saying. It should be pretty obvious. Phil Stodd said, if gold was found in California, I'd move there and sell mining equipment. Well, yeah, because a lot of the people that went out mining for gold didn't make any money. You know, they were poor and stayed poor. But the people that were selling the pickaxes and the shovels, they made a lot of money. Phil Stodd said beta or VHS all over. I mean, this has gone on in our lives, right? It's always, humans can't be, we're just not civilized enough to appreciate and have gratitude. There's always got to be some war we have to fight. Cola wars, Coke versus Pepsi. Remember all that nonsense? Console wars, Xbox versus PlayStation, CD-R, CD+R, HD DVD versus DVD plus R versus DVD minus R. Sony likes to do a lot of proprietary stuff so they can license it out. Very greedy company. Another company I'm not a big fan of because of the greed. Sony, of course, with Beta. Anything Sony does. Sony had to have their own memory cards that were different from everybody else's. It's not working out for Sony in the long run. So that greed is usually short-lived and doesn't really succeed. Intel's greed would be RAM bus RAM. That didn't work out. Optane. That didn't work out. What's more recent? Intel wasn't doing good with their solid state drive division, but that had nothing to do with greed. That was, you know, it wasn't anything proprietary like Optane. But when Firewire, when companies come out with a proprietary standard that they can charge a royalty for, and there can be like a universal standard where the royalty is maybe just a fraction, like it's nothing. That's why you see so much USB and so little of Firewire. And I would predict Firewire's going away. Intel won't be able to sustain it much longer. Companies don't want to pay the licensing fee for Firewire, whether you're making a Firewire device or including a Firewire controller. Everybody has to pay royalties. But if it's USB, you're still paying a royalty, but it's almost nothing. So which one do you think is going to succeed? That's why VHS won over Beta. It wasn't because the product was better. Sony said, if you want to make Beta, you got to pay our licensing fee. And the company that did VHS, which was, who was it, Panasonic? I forgot who created VHS, but they said, we'll just charge you a couple pennies. So what ended up happening is the VHS players became cheaper because more manufacturers would make them since they didn't have to pay all this money to Sony for licensing. And the more manufacturers made them, the more they competed against one another, and that brought prices down. Whereas Sony, they weren't really competing. They just said, if you want Sony, you pay the Sony tax. Everybody else didn't have to pay the Sony tax. So even though it technically was an inferior product, you could go all the way back to the 1800s. You could buy a gasoline-powered car, you could buy a steam-powered car, or you could buy an electric car. Jay Leno even has an electric car from the 1800s, late 1800s. You could buy any of those three. And the gas car was stinky, it was loud, but it was the cheapest. So what happened to the steam and electric cars? Steam engine had problems too. You had to wait a little bit to build up the steam before you could go anywhere, and your range was pretty low. And the electric vehicles, again, your range was pretty low, but completely silent, you know, no different than EV vehicles today in that regard. They had them in the 1800s. They were just too expensive. And he said rumors that some Chinese companies planning to build RAM production lines, it'll take a couple years. See, that's the problem. If you invest all this money to build a new production, right? You got to build the building, you got to build the tools and all the machinery. You got to hire and train the employees. It's clearly going to take a couple years, minimal. But if this is all said and done in a year and everything goes back to normal, you're probably going to lose your investment. You won't even make your money back, or it'll take you a really long time. It's going to be harder to make a sale when you're a no-name brand up against the big brands, when the big brands already have economies of scale at play that you don't have yet. So you're likely going to lose all your money. So many RAM manufacturers like who am I thinking of? Well, the consumer division of is Corsair, who makes, why can't I think of the name? Micron. I don't know why. So SK Hynix, you know, Samsung, Micron, they're not building any new factories. They're flat out saying, we're not building new factories because we're not stupid. We're not going to spend 2 years to make a factory to solve a 1-year problem that's going to resolve itself in a year. So then we're going to have way oversupply and we're going to screw ourselves. So instead, we're just keeping the, you know, stay on course, change nothing. It's all going to go back to normal. It's like, oh, look, we're having a lot of rain this year. So I'm going to invest in a whole new flood control system. It's going to take me a year to build and cost me $10 million. And then the next 10 years you have drought, meaning you just wasted all that money for no good reason. It cost you a lot of money you're not going to get back. You didn't save yourself from a flood because after that heavy rain year, it just didn't rain like that again. It was unusual. It's not the new norm. There's no reason for you to overreact to it. And so all the big RAM manufacturers are saying, we're not building more infrastructure. It would be stupid for us to do that. It's an overreaction, and it will likely put us out of business. And they're speaking from experience. They've been through this before. These Chinese manufacturers saying they're going to open up new factories, maybe. But I think if more than likely the big manufacturers are right, and it'll be too little too late. That ship will have sailed. You're like, let me go pack my bags, and you took so long to pack your bags. That ship left a long time ago. You missed it. Too late now. You snooze or you lose. So if you weren't ready to roll when this happened, it'll be too late by the time you get ready. It'll already have been resolved. So that's what the manufacturers are saying, and I would believe them before I believe rumors. But that's just me, right? I could be very wrong. I don't have a crystal ball. I mean, honestly, I don't see what the big deal is. I don't get it. I have yet to have a customer tell me that they're not buying a computer because they can't afford it. I hear people say it online, but I've never met anybody in real life say that to me. I really need a computer, but I can't afford it. Has not been said to me this whole time in real life. Not by one person. Ever. Like, if you couldn't afford it now, you couldn't afford it a year ago. Those are the same people. They're just finding another excuse. I just think it's something to complain about. If I want to buy RAM right now, I go on Amazon and buy some RAM. It's not that expensive. It really isn't. So it's more expensive than it used to be? Yeah, so is gasoline. That doesn't mean I stopped buying gas. If I thought gas was too expensive at $2 a gallon, I certainly think it's too expensive at $5 a gallon. But if I got to buy the gas, I got to buy the gas. It doesn't really matter. So if you're saying it's too expensive to buy it, then it's nothing you need. Otherwise, no one would ever go to an emergency room, ever. But when you need it, you can afford it. It's only things you don't need you can't afford. Generally speaking, when it comes to technology and computers, all I'm hearing about is like a child who wants a toy and they're complaining to me, this is what it sounds like, that the toy, their parents won't buy it for them. And it's like, the economic situation in the United States is pretty rough. I wouldn't buy a car right now. You want to talk about prices going up, try and negotiate for a car from any manufacturer in the United States. Good luck. You will probably pay more for that car right now. Interest rates on housing has gone up. So now I think it's at 6.39% when it was at 5.99. On a 30-year loan? Are you kidding me? So when you go grocery shopping, I've never spent more on groceries, but I have to eat. What choice do I have? I've never spent this much on gas for years. Have I paid that much? But I gotta have it. What choice do I have? But if you have a choice that you can't afford something, then you don't need it. That's the best conclusion I've come to. It's just you want a toy. Because trust me, if it was a tool and you needed it for work, you'd have it. I guarantee you'd have it. And that's why it doesn't affect my business clients at all. They're not simply not buying computers because the computers are too expensive. They may be not buying computers because the number of units that they're selling to their customers of whatever they sell. It could be insurance, it could be a lawyer's office. They're getting fewer customers. That means less income. That's why they're not buying. It's not because things got more expensive, it's because they're making less and things are costing more, right? So if we don't need to have this, but we want it, there's a difference between what you want and what you need. In the 1960s, the Rolling Stones have a song called I Can't Get No Satisfaction. You can't always get what you want, but you'll always get what you need. Was said in the 1960s. We're in 2026 and we're still going around and around with this. Really? Nothing's changed. 60 years later, we're still here like it's new information. Is it just me? Maybe it's just me. No one else sees this? No one else is like, isn't this deja vu all over again? Haven't we just kept going around and around and around? It's just the reasoning behind it keeps changing, but it's the same old story and it's the same old truth every single time. It must be a sign of getting older when the world is predictable and boring. It's like, I've already done this. Why do we act like it's new? Nothing new here. Anyway, that's the way I see it. If Hershey raises the price of chocolate, I won't buy it. Right? If I'm looking at a candy bar that used to cost me 25 cents in 1975, and that candy bar today is $12.50. I don't need it. I might want it. I don't want it that badly. But yeah, when a business needs a computer, it's a nothing expense. And if you need a computer to get work done, if your boss tells you, I need you to come into the office every day and be here in the office, or you can work from home if you have a computer at home, I bet you'll find the money to buy that computer. Because what you're going to spend on gas to go back and forth in your car every single day, 5 days a week, versus just staying at home in your pajamas, you don't even have to worry about laundry. That'll be the best bargain you ever made in your life. Come on. It's like we're living in a world where everybody thinks they can have whatever they want. And anything less than that, the world's not fair. I wasn't raised in that world. I was raised in a world where we had nothing. And if you wanted something, you could go out and you sacrificed and you earned it. And you took care of it because you probably couldn't afford another one. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only one you're getting. But now it's like everybody lives like kings, and they snap their fingers, and they have delivery bring food to them, and they have people pick them up and take them places like Uber. We didn't have that. We couldn't afford it. Taxis were very expensive. We asked a friend to take us to an airport because we couldn't afford a taxi. We couldn't afford food delivery. We couldn't even afford to eat out that month, maybe a couple times a month. It was a treat. And it made it special. You used to fly TWA Airlines and you'd get dressed up for your flight. Business casual. Some people wore a full suit. Go watch episodes of The Love Boat. When people went on a cruise, look how formally dressed they were. This was a special occasion. Now people get on a cruise ship with flip-flops and pajamas. It's not special anymore. It's been degraded and homogenized to attract the lowest possible denominator. I won't be surprised if they have chickens running up and down the aisle. It's gotten so low class and so inexpensive, but now everybody can go on a cruise. You want to go on a cruise? It's more affordable now. Man, back in the day in the Love Boat, that was for rich people, man. Everybody lives like they're rich people. I guess that's good, I guess. But when it becomes entitlement, like you've earned it and you didn't, or you feel like you're deserving of it when you're not. But when you work and you sacrifice and you dedicate and you earn it, that's a different story. And you can do that to get all the RAM you want. It's not being held away from you or anybody else. It's not different for you. There's no entitlement. Nobody owes it to you. So I don't know how it's unfair. It's totally fair. It's what the market decides. It doesn't affect one individual. It affects us all. It's all the same rules. So how do you deal with it? Well, either you decide you're not interested anymore, or you sacrifice and put in the work to go and earn it. That's it. If it's not worth it to you, then clearly don't buy it, like anything else. Who cares? It's totally fair, though. It is 100% fair. Whether you think it is or not, the market dictates. So if the market is dictating that price, then that's what it's worth right now. Same for the price of your house, or if you want to go trade in your car, maybe you're selling at a bad time. You put something up on eBay and you feel like that's worth a certain amount, it may not be. It's worth whatever somebody's willing to pay for it, not what a book tells you. You look up the Kelley Blue Book on what your car is worth, the Kelley Blue Book ain't writing you any checks. It may not be right, or it might have been right in a certain period of time, or a certain area of the country. But where you live and what the economics are is going to determine what somebody's willing to pay for your car. And whatever the most is that somebody's willing to pay, I got news for you. That's what it's worth. It's not rocket science. And You can not like it all day. It won't change anything. That's the economics of the marketplace. It's no different with RAM and computers. Phil Stott said a full-size candy bar was 10 cents when I was a child. Yeah, I never saw. I could make a phone call out of a payphone for 10 cents back in the day, but I never saw candy bars for 10 cents. They were always 25 cents back in my day, in the 70s. And he said he may not be buying some mini PCs for a while. Well, then clearly you don't need them. That's fine. Focus on what you need first. That's the important stuff. And Phil Stott said you might have to attend mini anonymous meeting. Well, you can live vicariously through the channel as we review other minis. You know, they just keep getting better and better. So you'll never win that race. You're always going to be playing catch up if you're just going to keep buying the latest. There's always another one. But there can be a lot of fun in that as long as it's affordable fun. You know, I don't go out to concerts anymore. It's way too expensive. I think when I saw Foreigner in concert, it was like $16 for the ticket, 1984. Now, I see concert tickets for $500, $1,000, plus all the parking and concessions and the crowds. And you can watch it on YouTube in high definition with better clarity than what your seats are going to give you, watching a Jumbotron. No. You know how many football games I go to? 0. You know how much tickets are to go see an NFL game? You got to be out of your mind. Now, maybe if I was loaded and flush with cash, I wouldn't think much of it, but I got a lot better things I'd rather spend the money on than going to a football game. I can watch it in high definition on the TV and get a better picture on the television than in a crowd in the mile-high seats trying to figure out where the heck is the football. It's so tiny. It's way down there. I could sit at home with better seats, watch it for free, in high definition. Why would I spend all the money, plus the cost of parking? No, it's not fun anymore. But back in the day, and not even so much, let's say, with football, but that's always been a thing. But with concerts, you know, when I started talking about how we all sort of, many of us commonly bonded over a popular band or a popular TV show was something we could all share together. And now that sharing has mostly gone away. And then what is being shared is so expensive. It's so outrageous. I don't need that. There's the cost of a ticket to the NFL would buy you 2 mini PCs. I'm just saying. So it's all on what your priorities are. Andy says, that's what I plan on doing. Vicarious minis through CareyHolzman. Yeah, I think that's a good plan. And then your second problem is going to be getting rid of them. When you realize you don't need them anymore and you try and sell them and you know what they're worth and what people are willing to pay you for them, at some point, it's another frustration you've got to look forward to. Patrick Manny said they go to the NFL game in person so they can watch it on their phones. Yeah, maybe that's the case. At least a hockey game, it's a smaller arena. But even then, you know, by the time, if you go to dinner, let's say before or after the game, you got to pay for parking, you got to pay for the tickets. And if you have any concessions, you're paying for that. I mean, you're lucky to get out of there for under a few $100s. I guess that's a form of entertainment, but I could also watch Netflix and it's a lot cheaper. I'm just saying. There's what you need, and there's what you want. You know, if you need dialysis, the price isn't really going to be a factor whether or not you're going to get it. What about cinema? I don't go to the movies like I used to, but mostly because the movies are all just terrible. They've been bad. We did see Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. And I really liked that movie. And we went, the theater was mostly empty, and we got reserved seats. We also bought reserved seats for Project Hail Mary, which everybody who's reviewed it so far that I've seen loves it. And the beginning of the summer blockbuster is here, you know. But it's opening today, officially. And when I looked at tickets, they were really well sold. Which for the theater, I mean, good for the theater, because most of the movies that are coming out, you can go on opening day and there's very few people in the theater. But this one's, boy, the marketing hype behind it, it's working. So I said, you know, I don't want to go on the weekend. Let's go during the week. Let's go ahead and order the tickets so we can look as far ahead in the future as we want. So we get the exact middle seats. They cost the same, but they're reserved. Then we don't have to worry about getting to the theater early to get better seats or somebody reserving a row or some other nonsense. So thankfully, the theaters have fixed those issues. So we do have tickets to go see Project Hail Mary, and the reserved seats, best seats in the house, cost the same as the worst seats in the house. They're guaranteed hours on that day at that time. And there's no other movie I'm looking forward to seeing after that. Like, not in the theater, but I know Dune 3 is coming out at the end of December, which honestly, I think I could just stream that. I didn't see the first two Dunes in the theater. Just didn't look as good to me as, you know, I've already seen Dune in the movie theater back in 1984. That was a popular year for me in entertainment. Anyway, Spider-Man 4, maybe. We'll see. What else? I don't know that there's that many movies that are worth going to the cinema for. Hollywood needs to get its act together. You know, they released a couple of really bad movies with Chris Pratt. This movie, Mercy, it's like a B movie, and they released it to the theater, and apparently it's really, really bad. And it's like, this is why you're ruining theaters. You know, this should have been direct to streaming. This should have been straight to DVD kind of movie production. And I guess Chris Pratt and Adam Sandler, they signed a contract with Amazon or Netflix or whoever it was, that they do like 5 movies in a certain period of time. So they're obligated. I also think Kevin James also signed a similar contract. So they're in all these movies that are coming out, and they're really low budget, B grade crap. And sometimes they put them in the theater first. It's like, what are you doing? The Mandalorian Grogu, that looks terrible. It just looks like a cartoon. So I probably will not see that in the theater. I am a big fan. I like The Mandalorian, and I can look past a lot of its flaws, but I don't know that I'm going to pay $20 a ticket to what I was watching on TV for, you know, a Disney Plus subscription. I feel like it's just an extended episode with maybe slightly better special effects, maybe, that has a longer run time. I'll wait. I'll stream it. I don't think I'm willing to pay $20 or whatever to see it in IMAX. Spaceballs? Yeah, I was never a big fan of Spaceballs. I love Star Wars, and I like to think I have a great sense of humor, but it just didn't feel all that funny to me. It just felt flat. Mara loves Spaceballs. So if she dictates we're going to see Spaceballs too, I guess we're going. But yeah, I'm not that big of a fan of it. What is the last IMAX movie you went to? Here in Arizona, we have a theater chain called Harkins, and Harkins competes with IMAX with something they call Cine Capri. And the Cine Capri was a Harkins theater in downtown Phoenix that was the size of a giant 3-screen movie theater, but it only had 1 screen. And I saw Lion King, Titanic, Aliens. They would deck out the whole concession area to the theme of the movie. And when you walked in, you expected there to be 3 separate theaters. No. When you walked in, it was the biggest screen you ever saw. And then IMAX started getting popular. But to this day, Harkins lost that lease on that building, and the developer, the owner of the land, sold it to a developer, and they turned it into something else. So Harkins creates these multi-screen theaters. They'll have like 14 theaters, and usually 4 of them are big screens, like bigger than normal. So when you first walk in, it divides off to the right and the left. And the first 2 on each side of the hallway are their big, what they call Cine XL screens, if I'm remembering correctly. And then the further you go down the hallway, the smaller the screens get. So if the movie's playing in theater 14, you might as well sit at home and watch it on a big screen TV. There's only like 40 seats. It's pretty small. And it's the same ticket price than a regular movie. So the last one I saw in IMAX, I think it was Deadpool 3. And we saw it in 3D by mistake. I didn't know it was 3D until I looked around and people were putting glasses on them. Nobody handed us any glasses. And I got up and I went over to the ticket guy and I'm like, are we supposed to be seeing it? Does my ticket say? He's like, yeah, you got a 3D and I'm like, well, we need the glasses. It was very, very loud, and the movie's a bit long, and wearing the glasses after 2 hours is quite uncomfortable. So I would have liked to have seen it without the 3D, but the first hour and a half where it didn't get uncomfortable was fun. But I think that's the last one I saw, the most recent one I saw in IMAX. There's no IMAX theater close to us. We have to drive clear across town. It's a whole event. And it's expensive. So it better be worth it. I can't remember what I saw before that. I'll tell you what we have out here is the Arizona Science Center, and they just opened up the new Dorrance planetarium. And it's supposed to be like a 12K projector. It's only like 2 in the world, if I'm not mistaken. It had been under construction. The planetarium was closed for a while, for about 2 years. And they recently opened it. And I would love to see one of the documentaries or one of the laser shows they put on, depending on what music. Sometimes it's a Pink Floyd, or sometimes it'll be, Katy Perry, stuff like this. And I wouldn't mind seeing it as a planetarium, just to go, here's the universe. And to experience that really ultra high definition projector they've got it. And you can Google it. It's the Dorrance, D-O-D like David, Dorrance, like D-O-R-R-A-N-C-E, planetarium. And it looks incredible, but it's got very limited operational hours. And I don't want to go downtown during business hours. And then I think they open again at night on certain days, just for the theater, where the Science Center part of it's closed, if I'm not mistaken. And they will serve alcohol there after hours too. Not that I'm a big drinker, but I think it's cool. Bill Stodd said Spaceball is coming soon. I think Spaceballs is still a year and a half away, isn't it? Isn't that 2027 release date? I wouldn't call that soon, but let me check. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. Yeah, 2027. It seemed like they announced it about 6 months ago, and they said it was 2 years out. And I believe it's the end of 2027, like December, if I'm not mistaken. We're a long way away from that. Obviously says, where do I see Steam OS heading in the next 5 years? I've never used Steam OS once in my life. I don't know anything about it. So I have no idea. I don't even know where it is now. try to imagine that you're a professional computer technician that has a YouTube channel. How many customers do you think you have that are going to call you with issues with their SteamOS device? 0. So those kind of questions I'm not going to be very good at answering, because I don't make any money from Steam or Steam customers. I don't have anything against it. If I'm a diesel mechanic and you want to ask me what I think about gas engines, I don't make my money on gas engines, right? I make my money on diesels. That's what I know. If you have a question that's related to what I do, I'm happy to share with you my opinion. But if it's not what I do, I don't really have an opinion, because I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I don't have any experience with it whatsoever, nor do I desire any, unless there's a motivation for me, like an opportunity to earn some money, to have a career, right? I don't think I know anybody in my peer group that does what I do, whether we talk about Mark Leibowitz or others even in our chat room, or Doug Betts or others we've had on as guests, like Scott, Ask Your Computer Guy, Mike's Unboxing. I don't think any of us do anything with SteamOS. I don't think we ever have. Lauren said his local cinema is in ruin right now. It's so sad. All my childhood memories are tied to that. Yeah, a lot of things I had as a kid don't exist anymore. Burger Chef and Amy Joy Donuts, that's all gone. But that's what makes it special, right? Farrell's Ice Cream Parlor, this has some good memories. And we'll have other good memories. As Billy Joel saying, the good old days weren't always good, and tomorrow ain't as bad as it seems. That's what makes it special. And if Farrell's Ice Cream Parlor was still there, I'd probably very rarely go. It wouldn't be the same anyway. What are you going to do? Sometimes Maura and I will see Thrifty brand ice cream available for sale in these little shops and stuff. And I remember that back in the 80s, we'd go to the Thrifty drugstore. They'd have that Thrifty ice cream. And it wasn't anything particularly good about it, but it was good. And so it brings back that nostalgia. But did we buy it? No, we didn't buy it. But the theaters here, like the Harkins theaters, they completely tore them all apart and rebuilt them, every single one of them. So now you don't have that airline seating. Now you have a big reclining electric recliner chair that's about yay wide, with thick armrests that are about this thick on each side. And then you have a good 4 or 5 feet in front of you, so that the ottoman that's attached to the chair can can go out. You put your feet up, and people, when they're walking by, if the ottoman's not out, they have this much space to walk in front of you. But if your ottoman is electrified out, then you might have to retract it so they can walk by. But that also means now there's half as many chairs per row. There used to be 20 chairs per row, and now there's like 12. So the theater can seat less people, but the seats are more comfortable. There's better spacing front and back and side to side. And the theaters should have done this a long time ago. Now, I don't much care about the electric recliner. It doesn't hurt anything, but it's a good excuse to get that space between the rows. You can't put your feet up on the chair in front of you anymore. It's too far away, unless you're really super tall. And if that person reclines, the back of their chair is going to go down anyway. And they're also sitting at a lower level, so if somebody's wearing a hat, it doesn't really block the screen. In a similar way to IMAX, the rows are so steep that you very rarely will be affected by anybody sitting in front of you blocking your view, or if they're on their phone, you probably can't even tell because they're down there and you're looking over here. And so Harkins has done a great job at that. So I think the theater has done a wonderful job. The Harkins even has a vault that you can rent, and it's a hidden room. That's a private theater that you can rent for private events. That's hidden. It's really cool. And of course, you can also rent the theaters for private events too. Like if we wanted to do a meet and greet, it used to be $100 an hour, which wasn't bad. I don't know what it is today. And then you can even rent the theater and have them hook an Xbox up, like for a birthday party. And they can hook up an Xbox or a PlayStation and give you the controllers, and you go sit wherever you want in the theater, and play on the movie theater screen for like $100 an hour. Or that's what the cost was. I don't know what it is today, but affordable for a birthday party venue or even like a meet and greet. Yeah. So theaters are coming up with other ways to bring money in besides just showing movies. It's sad when somebody tells me their theater's in ruin, because that tells me the theater owner doesn't want to put any investment and doesn't want to think outside of the box. And maybe it's just time for them to get out of business. Dan Harkins, who owns Harkins Theaters, a family-run business, has always been very passionate about movies and continues his family legacy by investing in the theaters and making them better than, let's say, AMC. They're cheaper, they're more customer focused than AMC. I don't want to go to AMC ever again. Harkins puts it to shame. Harkins seems to appreciate your business. The employees seem to want to work there. AMC just seems like a good attitude from everybody. I don't know who owns the IMAX, if that's run by Harkins or AMC, because they have other screens. It's not just the IMAX. It's like at the Arizona Mills Mall in Tempe, they have an IMAX that's, I think it's Harkins that runs the IMAX. But Harkins also has their Cine XL, which is, I mean, it's not as big as IMAX, but it's pretty damn impressive. It's better than anything AMC has, in my opinion. I will also say that the last time we went to IMAX, I think it cost me for popcorn, a couple drinks, tickets, and again, it was the 3D glasses. I think there was an added charge. I think it was just under $100, somewhere between $80 and $100. So it's not a cheap night out for 2 hours. It's like $50 an hour. So we just don't do it very often. But if the movies were worth seeing in IMAX, you know, that'd be a different story. When the movies are crap, I don't even want to watch it for free. All right, well, I think that'll wrap it up. We've gone long today, but it's a nice Friday. It's casual, relaxed. I love interacting with you guys. I'll try and edit down today's video to be a little bit more just on the subject matter, and maybe release that during a non-broadcast day. In the meantime, we're still working with some other manufacturers, trying to get them to you know, consider us for product reviews. And there's just a real lack of any new products coming out right now, just across the board. So it's not like the manufacturers don't want to work with us. They just don't have anything to send. You never know what somebody might be working on that they're keeping to themselves. We're hoping we'll see some innovation that we didn't know was being developed, and that we'll have opportunities to review those items as well. As I mentioned, we have the unit from Minis Forum on its way. We have the ARC KVM on its way. We have, as far as I know, no more development, not major development in the operating systems on the NASs. It's all mostly the same, little updates, but nothing major. So nothing really new to report there, or in hard drives, or in storage, or in RAM. Everything's just flat right now across the entire industry. And we'll get through it together, you know. We got a little bit of a rainy day, maybe a rainy couple of months. It's going to be okay. We'll keep each other entertained, and it's a great opportunity to explore and take advantage of what you already have, rather than just keep focusing on the next thing. It's quite an addiction, and let's consider this our detox, whether we like it or not. Whether we think we need it or not, detoxing is always a good thing. You'll look back on it, I believe, and be glad it happened. You're going to feel better about yourself, having broken free of this. It's almost like an addiction, and I'm as guilty of it as the next guy. So this is forcing us into detox. And I have to imagine there's a reason for that. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I live with. I go, well, this is happening because it needs to happen. Whether I like it or not, it needs to happen. Sort of like taking medicine I don't want to take. You need to take your medicine. You're going to get better. You look back on it, it wasn't a big deal. But when you're in the middle of it, it sucks. But that's all right. We're still marching forward. And there's always opportunities for repairs to come in, for otherwise upgrades or rebuilds to come in. We still have a computer that needs to be built, but that customer has put us on an indefinite hold and will let us know when they're ready. Essentially, the customer sent me the parts 2 months ago, and they've been sitting here ever since. If I'd have known this, I would have never agreed to let the customer send me the parts. There was a misunderstanding that when the customer said I was going to have you build it next, I didn't realize next might be next year. I don't know. So I have parts waiting to be assembled that the customer is not ready for me to build it. Will that ever happen? I don't know. Maybe I'll get a phone call after this broadcast. Maybe I won't. I'm not holding my breath. We do have some work. We just can't do it yet. What am I going to do? So again, Sunday we have the Ace Magic K1, and Monday the members only video. And then I'll see what I can do for bringing on a guest or other material. There is a subject matter I do want to cover, and maybe I'll do that like Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. I made a note to myself so I don't forget. But it'll be like today's video, where I want to talk about something that's affecting a lot of people that they don't know anything about. Much like not knowing this has been updated, that it's even available. So I've got some ideas planted, some seeds planted for ideas in regard of, that unique content that I want to talk about. But there's only like one immediate one I want to do. But who knows? 2 o'clock in the morning, I'll get struck with an idea, and I better write it down because I'll never remember it. Thank you again to our friend Buster and Mark Gaines and Lou Greeny for your contributions today. Thank you to all the members for supporting us here, especially in the slow times. That's where you really know your true friends. It's when times get a little bit tough that they're still with you. And I'm back at you. I'm with you too. I'm here in it with you. And I can't thank you enough for continuing to support us through good times and through bad. And I look forward to seeing everybody on Sunday. I hope you'll join me then. Thank you to Mara, of course, our channel administrator who does our thumbnails, all of our video notes, our friends at VIP-URCDKEys for continuing to offer the discounts on Windows and Office license keys, which I imagine, they're probably feeling the pinch too, right? So all of that means the world to us, and we hope you will stay with us for a very long time, even if it's just a friend in the chat, and especially if you're a member, because that's what's providing the means for us to continue to do this as often as we are when everything else is kind of stalled. But with that, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll look forward, hopefully, to seeing you come back again on Sunday, 1 o'clock Pacific time for the Ace Magic K1 review. Until then, bye for now.